Oh,
Oh,
no
really?
kidding? I'm John here.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Now I'm John Youngberg, and I'm with Montana Farm Bureau, representing agricultural interests. And what motivates me to come back is see if we can find, answers to a lot of problems, questions we've had over the years.
Great, thanks. And so I just want to reframe. So you're bringing some ag expertise and experience because you're all here representing yourselves.
Okay, yes, I am. Thanks for reminding me.
You're welcome. Krista.
And I'm Krista Lee Evans, and what was the second question in my head is the one I wanted to answer. What do I want to accomplish?
What
today?
intention are you bringing to this meeting?
I'm hopeful that we can work through some of these issues and kind of push on and as everybody knows, I struggle with, I want results right now. So I'm just hoping we can kind of come to some potential starting points on what we've looked at so far, and start to look at some of the other issues that are all going to play in and fit in with this.
Morning, Rayleigh Honeycutt. I am here today because I missed the last meeting, so I don't have all the battle moves, so I guess.
No
I'm ready for another round.
I'm Pat Eller. Your answer, I was not here last week also. I'm excited to see what transpires this week.
I'm Ryan McLean. I am motivated to be here to work through some of these recommendations.
I'm Jill Merritt. I am motivated to be here because I feel like I've seen some real dedication on the part of other folks at the table to make some changes, and my intention is just keeping them a conversation forward.
I'm Patrick Fire, and I'm motivated because I do believe that there's some great opportunities here and some great brains in there to process forward.
Morning, everyone. Brian Houston with the city of Bozeman. I also didn't make the meeting last go around. My motivation to be here today is to continue to try to search for some common ground here with the group. I think there's more commonalities than not. It's just a matter of starting from that particular standpoint and figuring out how we can begin making some headway here and addressing the bulk of the issues in front of us.
Hi, I'm Kelly Lynch. I can't remember the first question actually.
What intention do you bring?
Oh, so there's just one question.
Or what motivates you for being here?
Okay, well, I'm a true believer in collaborative solutions, so I'm excited that we're all talking about these issues. I think that by working together, we can come to an equally miserable solution, which to me is a good compromise.
So there's some optimism and pessimism in there. Okay. Awesome. Abby, I'll let you get.
Abby St. Lawrence, attorney from.
What motivates you for being here today, or what intention do you bring to our meeting today?
I've been practicing for 18 years in water law and hope to be doing it another 18 to 20. And would like a system that works for myself and my clients.
Pam, do you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, I'm Ann Schwend. I'm a water resource planner with Montana DNRC. And I'm excited to be here. It's a beautiful room, beautiful day, and lots of smart people in the room. That's
And
great.
thanks for navigating the Zoom.
Well, maybe.
And is Deb online?
Yes, Deb is online.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you introduce yourself and share what motivates or what intention you bring today?
I'm Deb Stevenson. I'm a water right consultant, and I'm looking forward to hopefully making some positive changes in the change and permit process.
Thanks. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
I'm Anna Packian Stevenson. I'm the Water Division Administrator at the NRC. I'm excited and motivated to see your guys' feedback on the recommendations and continue to flesh those out and move this process along.
Then, given that we've got some new faces in the room, I'd love for each of you to introduce yourself and also answer those questions.
I'm Corey Shaw, I'm the Executive Director of the Montana Building Industry Association, and I'm here with interest for my members and our builders, so just here to kind of cheer you guys on.
We could use some cheering.
I'm Rachel Meredith in the governor's office, and unfortunately, I was unable to come to the last working group, so I'm excited to see how the conversation has evolved. So, I work for the Montana Farm Bureau and echo what everyone else is saying, and making sure that all this stuff gets to a point where it works for everyone, including agriculture.
I'm Nate Ward, I'm the Water Rights Bureau Chief, and what motivated me to come back is I'm really excited to see if the recommendations or really ideas that the NRC started putting together resonate with you guys, or like how we do. And the intention that I bring to this meeting is open mind, like we're not stuck with any of these ideas. If you guys don't like them, you don't like them, and that's perfectly okay. So I'm excited for you guys.
Thanks.
I'm Jim Nave. I'm the regional manager of Missoula. Excited and motivated to be here to work on some solutions. Looking forward to improving the process for everybody, including the NRC.
I'm Carrie Stockheim, I'm the Bozeman Regional Manager, and really I'll just echo what Jim said. I'm just really excited to have all of us together looking for that common ground, find solutions, paths forward that work well for everybody.
Phil Foggy, I'm a hydrologist at the NRC. Hope you guys out with my technical side when it comes to evaluating water rights.
I'm Jim Bailey, the Home Regional Office Manager, and I'm gonna ditto Jim and Carrie because I hope that we can. So, it's for everybody.
Hi, I'm Eric Bryson. I'm with the Montana Association of Counties. I'm motivated to be here to bring a county perspective to your discussion, and my intention is to bring a county perspective to your discussion.
Glad that's really clear.
I'm Sam Soul, Montana Association of Realtors, and I'm here today to represent the interests of the real estate industry. Drive in a process.
Jason Riddle, I'm also with the Montana Association of Counties, here to listen on behalf of the counties and also to represent 56 counties who own a good number of water rights in the state of Montana.
Rhonda Wiggers, and I'm with the Montana Water Well Drillers Association, and here to just listen and learn, to keep an eye out for the interests of the water well drillers.
Karen Elliott, I'm also with the Montana Association of Counties, and unfortunately, I don't have anything original to add to what Eric and Jason are here to listen on behalf of counties and provide that county perspective.
Well, thank you all for being here. What I want to do now is to go over the agenda, and as usual, the agenda is going to be really flexible depending upon where you all are and what is needed in order to make sure that we've got shared understanding and can move forward with ideas. So what we'll do here in just a minute is go over a couple of the changes that we made to the framing questions and clarifying statements. And then we'll jump into the discussion around permit and change process issues that we shared the Google Doc that was in the meeting summary. It was sent back out to public and is also online. And perhaps, Anne, you can put a link in the chat just to remind people where all of those documents are. And we'll go through making sure that we've captured the issues from last time clearly, in addition to the feedback that you've given us over the last month. And we'll have DNRC share some of their ideas related to those issues and dive into some discussion around that. We'll spend the morning doing that, and then after lunch, we'll come back and do some groundwork on laying a foundation around mitigation. putting forth what those issues are and having some discussion around mitigation. And I think what I'd like you guys to keep in mind is that there is a lot of work to be done. And really the purpose for gathering in person during these meetings is to offer an opportunity for us to clarify and gain shared knowledge, make sure that we're understanding these issues and make sure that we're understanding the ideas and asking questions. What we'll need to do is have some volunteers that can be in some small sub-working groups in between meetings to flush some of this out and bring it back to the next meeting for discussion. So we will have one for permit and change process issues, and we will have one for mitigation. So I'm just prepping you guys right now to give some thought to that, because we will ask for volunteers, hoping that 3 or 4 of you will be on each of those. Could be more if needed, but at minimum that. So I'm just planting that seed for now, and we'll get into more conversation about what that looks like and what needs to be done later. So any questions about what we're doing here today?
So does the goal remain just to come up with high-level recommendations that coming out of this work group, there will not be statutory or regulatory language?
There may be statutory or regulatory language, and the idea is to come up with some high-level recommendations, and where that needs to be flushed out for any language that needs to be drafted. You guys will be working hand in hand with DNRC, and they can help draft that and run that by you for feedback.
Well, I'm going to reiterate a point that has been brought up before multiple times at this group, but starting back actually this time last year, we had panels from kind of artificially divided up amongst different types of users. And the vast majority of those users, whether they be in-stream, new appropriations, existing appropriations, regardless of the purposes of the water, all repeatedly identified the same issues with the permitting process, the vast majority of which were cultural issues endemic to the department. And if we are not at this point in time going to take all of that work that the panels put in, all of the discussions that have been happening over the last year and a half, and really come up with some concrete statutory language, because the statutory changes that need to be made that have been identified repeatedly have been actually very, very simple. For the most part, some timeline gaps that need to be filled in. And then also, if we are not going to look at necessary regulatory changes and some concrete cultural changes within the department, I have to say this process continues to be then a little frustrating. I know many of us, and I don't want to speak for everybody, but I do know many of us give up significant amounts, not only of time, but quite frankly, of client work and consequently money to be here. And that's a lot to give up just to come up with high-level recommendations if we are not going to have concrete change.
So Abby, you have brought up that every time we've met. And again, I will reiterate that myself and DNRC very much appreciate the time that each one of you are giving. This is voluntary, so you all are here on your own accord. You've been invited to be here. If you are finding that this is not helpful, you are welcome to participate in another way. In addition to that, we are asking you guys for concrete, tangible ideas around these issues. There has been ample opportunity to provide those concrete ideas at the meeting and in between meetings, and we encourage you to continue. You want this group to review, I encourage you to bring that forward. That is each of your responsibilities to do so. We are giving you the space to do that. We are giving you the time to do that, both in person and in between meetings. I'm available, DNRC is available, you guys can talk amongst yourselves. So there are no limits around this. I want to make that really clear.
What I'm asking for is not that, because you have made that abundantly clear. I guess what I'm asking for is, again, a commitment from the department are we going to move beyond ideas? Will there be regulatory change and then the multiple kind of cultural changes within the department process of this group has already identified which I know I appreciate, and I'm sure we all appreciate. But will that change be happening as a result of this group? Or is it going to be a lot of discussions, and you've been very, very open to the ideas? Will there be the change coming out of this?
This is process, and I know you guys are frustrated with process, and this needs to take some time. We need to start with ideas before we jump to solutions and specific recommendations. We need to make sure that everyone is on the same page with understanding what it is that we're talking about and how we want to move forward. We will get specific to that. I will speak, and Anna, you can speak to this too. DNRC is committed to cultural change. This is why you guys are here. They have also said that a number of times. We're looking for specific recommendations around that. We have to start somewhere. We're not going to jump ahead.
And in terms of specific recommendations, if you went into the Google document and if you review the materials ahead of time for today, there are specific recommendations in here that are high level to make sure that they're capturing the direction the working group wants to go. And we will continue to build those out with this working group. They will lead to specific policy, guidance, potentially rule changes. So I encourage you to read the documents and work with us on developing those further. And want to thank everyone who provided specific comments and recommendations within the Google Doc.
All right. So quickly to look at the clarifying statements, what we did remove was the statement, which was number 4 around the growing cities doctrine. We absolutely heard you guys. We removed that. And we will address that at the next meeting. Okay. So we heard that feedback and the governor's office will address that at the next meeting.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Yeah. You heard the feedback to keep it on the table.
We heard the feedback to keep it on the table. We appreciated that the wording on here didn't leave room for conversation. I don't know what direction the governor's office is going to suggest, but they will provide context for that and be open to conversation about that at the next meeting. I didn't want to jump ahead to that and get deterred based on what we need to accomplish today. And there was one other really small change that Krista, you added. And it was really about incorporating lessons learned. And I wanted to see it. And I think that was just under number 2. Yeah, 2B. What are the lessons learned from existing mitigation projects? So that was the other change that was made on the framing questions and clarifying statements document. All right. So I'm going to ask Nate to come up here. What Nate has done is put into PowerPoint essentially what all of you had in terms of the identified issues and then DNRC's ideas. What is not in here are all of the wonderful comments that were captured by mostly Julie, Krista, Brian, and Pat. Thank you guys for putting in some feedback into that document. I know the public hasn't seen those and we will get that out to you guys, but we'll certainly raise those comments and questions throughout Nate's presentation. We're going to do high level discussion in terms of making sure that we've captured the issue. So based on the notes from last time, We summarized an issue statement for each, and then DNRC has provided some ideas. So Nate's gonna go through that. You have a copy of the PowerPoint in front of you as well.
Can we get that electronically as well?
Mhm.
Is it online?
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
It
Okay.
hasn't been posted, but we'll put it up. Or we can also send it to the group. If that's okay, Nate.
Over to you.
Oh, boy. All right, everyone's excited about this. So yeah, I'd like to do, go through this stuff relatively quickly. Like I said in my introduction, none of this stuff is ideas that DNRC is like, well, we have to do it this way. So I want to make that, abundantly clear to start. Our goal was to take what we heard, try to capture it with an issue statement, and then based on what we're hearing, try to come up with some ideas of things that we think might be good solutions to the problems identified. But certainly, if we miss the boat, like, we need to hear about it. All this stuff's up for discussion. And so I just, I want to start off there where we're not, tied into any of these things. But and if you want to go to the next slide. So the first thing is kind of a just to prepare everybody, gut check on our recommendations. And so, what we're looking for from you guys is, do these statements broadly address your concerns, or are there more? And once again, the topics that we're looking at are issues specific to permits, issues that relate to both permits and changes, and then issues that really directly relate to changes. And so, yeah, like, are we going in the right direction with these ideas? If we are, great, and we can continue to develop this stuff. If not, we'll work on getting that feedback and figure out where we missed the boat. And the hope is that with the working group, we can go in the right direction. And so then just to reiterate too, the overall goal of these ideas is to come up with solutions to the problems the working group has identified. And if there are rule changes that come of this, or statutory changes that come of this, that's what we're here for, working towards a true solution. We're not looking for a Band-Aid. We're looking for something that's actually going to work, that you guys want. Next slide, please. So the first issue identified was, we need to provide more clarity in the permitting process. And so based on the discussion, what we came up with. I'll wait till this bit. All right, so based on the discussion from the working group in the last session, we really identified a few different things. Number one, we need to do a better job of conducting our public outreach and training on the different steps in the process. We've heard you guys that it's confusing, it's a struggle for a lot of folks. And I think that does come too from a complexity, like Ryan previously mentioned in the last meeting, of there's a lot of rules out there, right? And so, yeah, outreach is on our agenda. Modifications to our technical reports, and this is a piece to provide, I think, more clarity for the folks working as consultants, or even for applicants. But Modifications to our technical reports will be done via a memo to the file, which will also be sent to consultants and the applicant. I know there's been confusion over that in the past as far as like, some offices are doing multiple tech reports, some offices are doing a memo to the file or maybe like an email or something. And so just trying to standardize that across the board, that is one really easy step we can implement to have some clarity internally and with people working on the applications, any modifications to a technical report, you will get a DNRC memo. So the other thing we heard was the confusion behind or issues with correcting complete versus criteria analysis. That seems like that's been something that DNRC probably has struggled with. We've heard from you guys. I think that has been a bit of a moving target, so to speak. And so we're going to work internally to with our program specialists, water rate specialists across the state to really provide better training and clarification on correcting complete and what that means for an application versus actual evaluation of criteria, because they are separate things. They're separate parts of our process. And so just better training regarding the whole process. We've had a ton of turnover recently. That's another, I would argue, easy thing for DNRC, right? And so then the other idea that we have is what we're calling a two-step process for all permits. And so I need to clarify that because it doesn't make any sense at face value. So right now, the way we operate is we have a permit application. And so upfront, applicant is required to provide all of the information for their application. And a lot of times there can be issues with numbers, not matching or based on a physical and legal availability evaluation. There can be some back and forth between the applicant and the DNRC. This is more so an issue with changes, but it can be an issue with permits as well. And so the idea is this two-step process, which at this time still very high level, but basically the idea would be the applicant provides their information, the majority of their application, and DNRC would go ahead and say, okay, we've got this information, this is what you're looking to do. Here's what we're seeing for physical and legal availability of water. And maybe there's an adverse effect component there, but in my mind right now, I think physical availability, legal availability are kind of the key issues that we would run into with permits. And so what this two-step process would allow us to do is iron out those details of physical and legal availability, which really could impact the applicant's plan based on what those numbers are. And so the idea is we iron out those details as the first step of the process. So then the second step of the process is a lot more smooth. And the idea is there's less back and forth or battle of the experts. And so iron out the details. And then really the second step is just, okay, we've got the numbers. Applicant, this is your opportunity. If you have concerns about what you're seeing, either to rebut, what the DNRC is saying as far as physical and legal availability, or maybe there's just a little bit of modification the applicant wants to do to their application based on what those numbers are. And so that would be that second step is any modification necessary. Once again, I don't see this being a huge issue with permits. But there is the potential, certainly with closed basins, more so of a potential, and we'll talk about that later, but so then once that any sort of modification to the application happens, the second step of the process is that taking that information, you know, at that point, we're gonna look at, okay, overall, is this application correct and complete? And then move forward with a decision. And so the other thing that we wanted to caveat this idea with is, you know, the applicant could choose not to use the two-step process. They could continue to operate how we have. And I guess my idea there is in a lot of open basins where there's no issues with water availability, like ideally there shouldn't be any details to iron out. And so we can just continue to move the path forward. And so we did get a question about when the evaluation of the criteria occurs. The criteria assessment is still going to have to happen after step 2. So after the application is deemed correct and complete. And once again, guys, like this is very high level. So like you'll see dates on here of 30 days, 60 days. We're not tied to that. That's just kind of the idea we put out there. And so that's not something that I guess I'm super focused on, you know, though totally subject to change. You know, really the idea is to get this out there and see if this is something you guys would be interested in. So sure thing.
Can we pause and maybe have a little conversation?
Yes.
About that. I just want to say, I don't, but I think we're approaching this in the wrong way. We're like trying to keep things in this bucket of permits and changes. And I think that the way we need to approach it is closed basins and open basins. Because in the vast majority of the work that we do, the places where population is growing and where permits are needed are in closed basins. And I think we just need to approach it that way and stop trying to, we've always had this delineation because the statutory criteria for permits are in one section of OCA and the statutory criteria for changes are in another one. I don't think those buckets aren't serving us well. And I would just like to see the process really put that in front instead of at the end. We've had all these changes to statutes that are down at the bottom with the dealing with closed basins. And it's the elephant in the room and it needs to be up front.
I would concur with what Julie is saying, and I think that goes to the larger picture that we've been discussing since last June, and that is divisions based on, you know, types of users is not a helpful, and in fact, I think it's an artificial delineation as well. Because when I look around the room at all of the attorneys and the consultants here, I think just about every one of us, maybe Pat, you might be the exception just because of where you are institutionally, but I know you've done the work on this before. But every single one of us does change and new permits for existing users and new users across types of uses. But so definitely what Julie is saying, but the bigger question I had when I read this new process is where does this fit in with the existing process? Having just come off a actually fairly productive, and I want to give the Missoula office credit for this, meeting on a change application permit on Friday for some recreational and agricultural use. In the pre-app, I'm wondering, you know, is this now two-step process part of the pre-application meeting? Is it something that happens in between submission and correct and complete determination? So we're adding in even more time there. I mean, that is the biggest question I had when I read over this over the weekend is, how does this fit in with the existing timeline that we've got?
Yeah, and I totally hear you, totally agree. The idea is not to prolong timelines. We recognize, you know, the process takes a long time, too long, in some cases, and so, yeah, any idea here would not be to prolong timelines.
So where does this fit in then? Are you considering, you know, the determination of water availability and depletions to be part of what you would be doing when you're making the correct and complete determination?
Yeah, and so that's kind of how we broke down the timelines that you see up there is, you know, taking the 180-day correct and complete review timeline and try not to deviate from that, because that is a long period of time. And so that was the driver for the idea behind these timelines identified. Now, I do recognize that with the rebuttal opportunity, that has the potential to prolong things. And I guess I don't have a rock solid answer for you, Abby, on like, you know, what's the best timeline or path forward. But I think the 30-day timeline, as far as why that time period popped into my head was, you know, to keep the process moving. Hope, like I said, and maybe I'm just too hopeful, but hopefully there's not major issues that need to be resolved with the permitting process. Julie, I really appreciate your feedback about the open versus closed basins. Totally missed that. So yeah, I think I hear you. I think that is a good direction to go with things, and fleshing that out. But yeah, as far as the 30-day timeline, like recognizing we need to give people enough time to think about things and respond. You know, if you've got applicants using the mail, I don't know what you guys' recent experience with the mail has been, but not great for me. And so that's kind of how we landed on 30 days. But yes, overall, we don't want to look to extend the process any longer.
Okay, so with that understanding that this two-step process would take place within that first initial timeline for correct and complete determination, I get back to two of the issues that we raised from the very beginning of this work group, and that is one, and you addressed this earlier, the distinction between the correct and complete determination and the criteria, because I don't see, and please enlighten me on what I'm missing, I don't see how you can make the water availability and depletion determinations without getting into the substantive criteria, because that actually is part of the substantive criteria. That's legal and physical availability. And what I have always understood, because this is what the statute says, the correct and complete is that you say, we have enough information in front of us that we can make those determinations to physical and legal availability. But second, within this process, one of the overarching questions that was brought up at the very beginning is the fundamental cultural issue within the department as to the fact that the statute, you know, 852306 sub 3A or 360 sub 3A does make the distinction between net depletion and adverse effect. And yet, I don't think a single one of us here that has done an application within a closed basin has ever seen that distinction that the statute specifically sets out being recognized. And I see within this process that actually being ingrained even more. So yeah, two issues with the process there is we're again conflating correct and complete and criteria determination. And two, we are not getting to the observation of the distinction between that depletion and adverse effect that is set up in statute. And if, you know, if what you want to do is open up a broader conversation as to what may and may not work with the proposal that an applicant is putting forward, I don't see anything in the statute or the regulation that would preclude that conversation from happening during the pre-application meetings that applicants have the option of participating in. I mean, again, I do want to give credit to the Missoula office for the pre-app meeting I had on Friday on a change application, because we did work through that, you know, the big questions that they would have in the way that we were presenting the information right now. And so we know what it is they'll be looking for in the application.
So, okay, so yes, I want to clarify. So the technical report is not a criteria assessment. It's not designed to be. What it's designed to be is to identify to the applicant that this is how the DNRC is going to complete its evaluation for physical and legal availability. And so that is ultimately, yes, the analysis used in the tech report will be applied to that criteria assessment, but it in itself is not a criteria assessment.
So are you saying you're going to come up with a different methodology for determining availability and depletion for every single application? One, and then two, I heard the whisper behind me, and maybe I was mishearing this, that this methodology that you would come up with would be premised on you accepting the information that the applicant is putting forward in the first place, which I know has been an issue before. I mean, I appreciate being clear about the methodology. What I'm wondering is what would prevent you from just stating that and then that being the consistent methodology across the board rather than reinventing the wheel for every single application?
Yeah, I think as far as methodology, I guess I'm not, as far as in this proposal, like we're not looking to change methodology. If there's methodology issues we need to talk about, you know, I'm fair game.
Well, then can you clarify for me what you mean when you say that you would be coming up with a technical report that wouldn't be a criteria assessment, but would state how you will be making the determination on water availability and depletion? Like substantively, what would be in that report, for example?
So it would be no different than the existing tech report that you guys get. I
So
didn't
in other words,
explain myself
you're
well.
gonna provide us with the data that you're gonna use to make that
Right.
availability
Right.
analysis.
And identify the
Like,
methodology.
here's the list of water rights that we're gonna consider as part of the area of potential adverse effect that are gonna be, these are the existing uses that we're gonna look at. What that would look like.
So Ryan's been trying to get in.
Yeah,
I just want to, I mean, this is an interesting debate, and I think there's merit to what is being said. What I would like just a little bit of clarification on before we get any deeper in what is this two-step process intending to resolve? The concern that I heard at the last meeting and my suspicion at what this is attempting to resolve is in essence, applicants, particularly in mitigation and groundwater developments, put the entire package together. They do all of the data stuff, including, you know, aquifer testing, and they, in essence, have to do their own sort of analysis of what they think legal and physical availability is going to be in order to prepare their application. They then walk into the department that does it, they find out if they're right or wrong. And so what I'm sort of hearing is, can the idea from the department, can we sever off, you know, in essence, that sort of aquifer testing, depletion analysis, and you know, the legal and physical availability data that the department's going to review, and in essence, front end load that so that an applicant can sort of look at this and go, okay, here's what the department is gonna be coming from. They can then, you know, either go, wow, the department is crazy, and have, you know, in essence, the fight at that before they file their application. Or, you know, I mean, and that I think is something that you probably want to think through, because if that could be concerning to me, that, you know, from both the department and the applicant standpoint, that they might be having a debate about what the depletions are going to look like before an application is submitted. But, you know, I think there's some merit to getting out front what, you know, what the department is going to determine for some of those analyses. I mean, I sort of think about the debuff opinion that came out, and in essence, you know, you could get to a place where the department and the applicant are having a disagreement about what surface water source is going to be depleted, or what water rights on those surface water sources are going to be potentially affected before the applicant has put together a whole application and revised it 3 times. So I'm not trying to kill the idea, but I really want to understand what's the solution. What are you trying to solve with this?
So.
Am I right? Maybe is the easiest way.
Yes. So, thank you, Ryan. So, yes, honestly, the intention behind this is more so with permits and closed basins where there's, you know, additional analyses that need to be looked at. Or I guess the hydrogeologic report ties into that. Areas with mitigation, areas short of water. And so really the idea here is trying to kind of standardize that process so it's the same for each type of application, you know, in closed basins or open basins, and whether or not mitigation is required. And so maybe this isn't necessary for just your standard open basin permit.
But Ryan, to your question, yes, that's the point. The feedback we got from the working group is there's this back and forth, and I don't know what I'm dealing with. And so the thought on the 2-step is that there would be a certain amount of analyses on the front end that we would be doing to either be in place of what the applicant would have to do. So there, one, isn't the battle of the experts, but 2, get information in front of the applicant earlier on, so that particularly in change and mitigation, you know what you're dealing with. And in terms of your question, is it before the application is processed? There still can be a pre-application meeting. I would be interested in your guys' feedback on what happens there versus this. But the application still will be filed. We have the application in front of us. It just would be partitioned in a stepwise process. So you're getting more information on the front end rather than kind of having no idea what DNRC is going to come up with. So this is a response to that. And while Nate presented this in the permit section, the same exact thing is in the change section as well, because we thought it would be valuable, particularly in closed basins and in the change process as well. So that's what we were trying to accomplish.
I need to throw another wrench, but often in my experience with permits and changes, the deficiency process really is a criteria assessment rather than the correct complete determination. So can you maybe provide some context about that first 90 days when application is submitted, provide deficiency, because that's what triggers the 120 days, right? After you get the deficiency response. So could you just give in simple terms, describe the 3 steps? Pre-application to deficiency.
Sure, yeah, so, okay, so pre-application can be the first step in your application process, not required, strongly encouraged. I think we all find them to be useful, or I hope we do. I know certainly the NRC does. And so that could be looked at as, you know, the first step in your permit process. Once the application is submitted, DNRC has 180 days to review the application for correct and complete. What does that mean? That means essentially all of the application questions are filled out, and then really the big thing is, have the rules been followed as far as what the rules state need to be provided with the application. And so if the rules haven't been met as far as application requirements, that's where that deficiency letter comes in. The NRC is required to identify, you know, each rule that hasn't been met with the application. Once that deficiency letter sent, there's a 120-day response period for the applicant. Once that 120-day period ends, DNRC is on the hook to process the application at that point. And so that's going to be based on the information we have available. If all of the questions or unresolved issues from the application, so things that were not addressed in the initial application, if they're not addressed again by the deficiency response, at that point, per statute, the application would be terminated.
So I have one quick question on
Sure
that, I'm
thing.
sorry. So when you identify the rules that weren't addressed, does that mean they just weren't done, or you don't concur with the results that they came to as it relates to that rule?
That should be, was the rule addressed? And so, yes, so I think that can be where there's a lot of confusion, because you can answer a question and maybe it's just not like a great response, great answer. You've answered the question, but we may need to have some discussion further as to, okay, what did you mean by this? Or help me fill in the blanks.
I think that, honestly, I just feel like the point of the deficiency letter has evolved over time. Because at one point in time, I think it was, did you answer the question, and does the department believe your answer? What Chris was saying. And what I had previously expected the deficiency letter to contain is information about whether or not the department felt like the information that we provided was probably believable, got the right term, information. And to find out after the deficiency letter and your response to the deficiency letter, that the department just doesn't believe what you said when it comes time to write the preliminary determination, is not the time that the applicant wants to find out that information. I want to know at the deficiency letter stage, do you believe what I did in the application? And if you have a disagreement about interpretation of information, I need to know it then, not when I'm getting a preliminary determination.
So Julie, going with the two-step process, potentially, would you want that information at the first step?
Yeah, and I agree with what Ryan was getting at is, I mean, sometimes these applications are like novels, and we come and we plop them down on somebody's desk at the DNRC, and we put months worth of work into that, and only to find out that there's some major flaws.
So
So
going with this
how-
idea of two-step, what would you want in the first step before you develop the novel versus the second step?
Yeah, I think one of the concerns that I have with the way this is presented is that when it says the first DNRC determines water availability. I'm not sure that you're necessarily determining water availability, but you're telling us what you believe the area of potential adverse effect is going to be. Because you're not making a criteria assessment. When you say that you're going to tell us water availability, you tell us that you're going to do the criteria assessment. Putting it in those terms of potential area of adverse effect and depletions.
And you've already put the novel together to get this stuff. Full application.
Well, yeah, what I would
And I
envision
think
is,
this is a chance to address that.
Yes.
And I don't do extended applications, right? So don't get me, maybe I'm going down the wrong road. But I think that this is an opportunity to not, and I don't know if it's feasible. I don't know if you need the whole novel, right? But I think this is an opportunity to develop this into steps that are more useful for the applicant, more where applicants receive feedback sooner rather than later. So they're not spending time and clients' money developing stuff that the department doesn't agree with. And that's why I was asking about that with the rules, because if it's just a checkbox, then that should take like 2 seconds.
I mean,
If it's an analysis of those, that's a whole different issue. And I think this is our chance to tell them what we want that to include.
like, I really agree with Krista on that, and I also agree with Abby, because I think there gets to be some concerns where if you in essence have have to walk in with the application, but you're trying to get that information. I don't think you've resolved the problem. We still have to walk in with the application and, I just don't see a universe where, okay, we found out what the playground is, so to speak, for the ground rules for some of those aquifer testing and depletion and adverse effect and zone of influence. 30 days to revise the application in response to it is never going to happen. So like I was sort of looking at the deadlines going, that's unrealistic. Instead, what it almost seems like what you could do is to have it be a step, that's sort of a pre-app step or almost sort of an advisory opinion by the department. So, go in and say, I'm thinking about an irrigation project here. We are thinking a, 5 CFS groundwater well in this location. And I think there should be some stakes in it because we don't want to just flood the department with people kind of like coming in and wanting to run the analysis. But, and so for groundwater developments where mitigation may be a requirement, they may need to drill the well and do the aquifer test and file some sort of application fee, come in and have the department do, some of its basic analysis that it is. What I'm hearing today is stuff that you're going to do on all applications, regardless of what it looks like. What's the zone of influence based on what it's located? What do you think the surface water source is that's going to be, adversely affected? What are the aquifer characteristics? Those sorts of things. And then get technical memorandum issued before you even walk in with the permit. And, and if the department has concerns that, for whatever reason, its opinion is going to change on some of these matters down the line, put a year-long deadline on the effectiveness of that, opinion, and then the applicant can go attempt to put a plan together.
I think we're adding in a new process we don't need to, because when I think about the pre-application meetings I've had, and I'm looking at the pre-application meeting form, and based on the clarification that you have provided, that you would not actually be determining water availability and depletions, but instead giving kind of the broad scope of here is likely the zone of the water rights that we will, the potentially affected water rights that we will be looking at, and the surface sources that we would be examining. That can all absolutely be discussed at the pre-application meeting, because when I am looking at this, the pre-application checklist asks, is the applicant presenting you with preliminary maps depicting historical use and change details for the water rights that we're changing and the proposed change? What other have we identified? Where is it here? Aware of water conflicts in the area. Did we discuss how the proposed changes will not create adverse effect to existing users? You could absolutely add in there the check boxes and kind of reminders for the discussion in the pre-application meeting of what are the likely sources to be affected. So it's not just us coming in and presenting information at the pre-application meeting, but it's you giving us some feedback, because what Ryan is saying about having that time period to amend the applications, you already in the pre-application meeting have 6 months from the time that you have the pre-application meeting until you put in the application to, yes, you get a discount, but also kind of that conversation that happened in the pre-app meeting is good for. I appreciate the intent. I don't think we need an additional process, because again, this pre-application meeting is already an optional process. The discussion points that you're bringing up could absolutely be wrapped into the existing pre-application discussion.
What I would like, though, and that is beyond what the current pre-app process allows for, is that determination of what the depletions are going to be, timing, location. Because if I have it, if I've got a client who's got a concept for a development that they want to do, but they haven't yet identified their location, I want to know what that timing, location amount is going to be, so that I can go find the water right.
So what if we then change the correct and complete, because that's absolutely been a point that has come up in correcting and complete determinations. I know that I've received, I'm sure that you have, where the department comes back and says, well, this application isn't correct or complete because you have identified zero net depletion that amounts to adverse effect that requires a mitigation plan. So you applicant haven't presented a mitigation plan. We department feel differently, so we need mitigation plan. Again, that gets to the larger issue that there's a lot of blurry lines between correct and complete determination and criteria determination. But that's always been part of some of the conflicts at times on correct and complete. So why are we creating another process? Why don't we wrap that into the existing process? Because, yeah, I mean, it is absolutely an issue. You and I have run into it on applications we've worked on together time and again.
So the, like, make the application step a little bit more robust.
No, I know I have
Sorry.
had pre-application. Sorry.
I just wanted to capture, so yes, make the pre-app more robust, and you said, and make it mandatory.
Perhaps mandatory at least for like code basins.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, if you're up in Kalispell and you're applying for a permit, it doesn't need to be mandatory.
Yeah. So I was gonna say that there is that opportunity kind of now, you know, I've worked with the department and, you know, until the higher results and say, hey, this is what we're doing. Can you take a look at it and see if we're anywhere close to right? And give them. So that's a good thing. It can provide that if it's asked for it. Which is a great tool. I guess that became part of that pre-app process. Basing my post basing the application. So I think that process might already be. Just not
I
used
think it
by
needs to be
everyone.
formally. I think it is a proposal. Yeah, it needs to be part of the normal process instead of. I know if I ask this.
The other part about that I think is interesting for the department to think about for recommendations is I do agree with Abby that you know, when you get into this two-step process, I don't know how you apply the statutory requirements for correcting complete versus a substantive review. You know, I think what I am sort of recognizing is there are elements of what you do under rule in the technical memorandum that's required regardless of what the application looks like. And so I think getting those sort of set forth clearly, that's great. I think the idea that you're going to present that and have some sort of substantive appeal or substantive challenge on the technical memorandum for the application, and then you're going to like refile your application to go through that and have like in essence two challenge periods. That seems too complicated, one, and two, I think it does run pretty contrary to, you know, the statutory requirements of correcting complete versus a substantive review process. And you know, look, I guess you guys could change the statute to get that resolved, but you're changing the statute to make it more complicated.
Yeah.
So
I guess I'm still on the fence about whether or not a strict process needs to be changed. Because the underlying theme of all this, from pre-app to deficiency to correct and complete and on, is a feedback loop, right? It's the ability of the people in the field, the people we come to with our applications, to give us frank and clear direction. And often, so what I see in this process is a kind of built-in feedback loop, which is really important. But the cultural part that Abby was alluding to is that often we get great feedback from the field, and then the target moves after another element or another layer of administration moves in. So we think the target's here, and we've kind of agreed on with the regional offices and their experts where the target is, and then the target shifted later in the process. So one kind of underlying factor for this is to be able for an applicant and the department staff to have a consistent relationship that's built on feedback at these stages and any other stage. that is also fairly consistent, so that we don't get the moving target syndrome where the field, we come to an agreement on a certain issue, and then it goes into the black box, and it comes back, no, this is a different. Now the target's over here, and so we're constantly trying to catch up or predict where the target might be at any given time. So I really do appreciate the feedback built into the two-step process if it works. But regardless of how or if you change the statutory regulatory process, I think underlying cultural change you can make is giving the field consistent direction that they can give the applicant, and that we can have a great feedback between us.
Kelly? I'm just kind of a general statement and then I'll dig in. I think I want to make sure that when we look at the, what are they called? The framework statements, that I think some of these affect other ones. And so I'm concerned that we're doing it in a vacuum and not thinking about how it might need to be changed later because of what we do in a further framing statement. And my example is, I think at the beginning, we all kind of said and recognized, and the feedback was the exemptions at the end will be mostly dealt with by what we do to fix the permitting and the mitigation. If that's the case, and less people are using exemptions and coming in through this process, then my feedback is I don't understand these deadlines at all. They're so ridiculously long. Like at the local level, when we do subdivision review, we get a total of 26 days. So 15 working days and 5 working days to come to completeness and sufficiency review. And that's a hell of a lot more documentation and issues that we're looking at than just water. So I would just suggest that you guys get like a ridiculous amount of time and try and figure out why it's taking you 180 days to do the same work that locals do in 26 days. And if we wanted to, make those connect better because people are coming in for a water rate for a subdivision instead of getting an exemption, that should align a lot better than that.
Well, and so I don't know, maybe this is an obvious question, but in statute, it's the applicant's responsibility to do the hydrogeologic analysis. It's their responsibility, it's their burden to show no adverse effect. I know the department has to check that, but I think one of the underlying issues here is at what point is the applicant's science and application good enough? And why is DNRC redoing everything? Is that expected? Is that required? I'm not saying I don't appreciate it as an objector, right? But I'm wondering why it has to be both.
So, and the plan was to get that, because, yes. Honestly, you guys like dove in headfirst on this one. I was expecting a lot of this stuff to come up later, but this is great. Because I think it primes the pump for some of the later ideas. Are we
We can summarize and then take
summarizing?
Yeah, just so before we move on to the next topic, I guess I'm hearing generally that we don't want a two-step process in the application process. We want more things in the pre-application process, more robust and more DNRC front-end analyses generally. And then the cultural piece as well for consistency across the division and between regional and central offices. So take this concept that we've outlined here for a two-step application process, take the current pre-application process, add meat to it to make it more robust.
So I mean, they're in and out for the two-step process.
It's a two-step process,
Right,
but
right.
sure.
But, but within the two-step process, really, that's already there. We don't need
Yes.
to add in more time. You need to add in more discussion points to
And
the
more
pre-application meeting.
Yep, and more analysis from the DNRC side to the application so they know how to go into it.
What
Well,
I'm hearing is
recognize-
transparency up front.
Oh, God, the word transparency. Sorry, it's a reflex reaction from every working group meeting I have across departments. It's just going back to that cultural piece Pat has emphasized, and that is that it is a exchange of information, because often in these pre-app meetings is we come in, we give the presentation, the department asks the questions, and then that's it until the application comes in. The idea of having us come in, say, here's the general idea for the permit and or change, here's the location it's gonna be at. The department will say, great, well, you're working on the application. We're going to kind of generally set for you, here's the area that we will be looking at for existing rights in the surface water area. If you need to set a timeline for that, so we can get it prior to the application meeting, or we know when to expect it, great. But recognizing that this continues to be an exchange of dialogue. And part of that too is that can't be mandated statute. That is some cultural change that's gonna happen internally. But that can all still be done within the existing pre-application framework.
Kind of, so in an effort, because I really have to use the bathroom, to move forward on this is maybe the work groups asked to the department is to take our conversation today, take the recommendations on what folks are saying should be in the pre-app, put in your own thoughts on that, flesh that out, and then get it back to us so that we can talk about that later. That would be my ask. So that, because then we're talking about words on a piece of paper, and it's easier to react.
And you have both feel like you're meeting your pre-app meeting, but that would also be the hell on the black box. To see that there's a both great.
So in other words, if the state can trump the regional office, you need to move that up.
Thank you all for the in-depth feedback on this. We'll take a break and come back at 10:30.
Totally. Sorry. Well, now I know. Totally open to, working out details, but the idea is setting a firm deadline for that black hole. The other potential issue where timelines can get dragged out is the waiver of the 120-day timeline for the preliminary determination. And so what that is DNRC, once we've reached correct and complete, DNRC has 120 days to come out with a preliminary determination on whether to grant in modified form or deny a application. And so this waiver of timelines has been used in two different ways. There have been instances where DNRC has gone to the applicant and said, look, we're not going to be able to get our decision out in 120 days. Are you willing to wait time? So for that instance, easy solution, we're not going to do that. DNRC is not going to ask for more time. I'm hoping that's something we can all agree on. But then the other part of that is the applicant requested waiver of timelines. And so
I have a question on that.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But if you don't ask for an extension of time, are you gonna terminate or grant?
So, okay, so just to be clear, not terminate, because the application has been deemed correct and complete.
Okay.
And so a decision is due from the department. And so there have been cases where there's some issues that the applicant wants to resolve because they're concerned that, hey, if I don't resolve this stuff, DNRC could either grant in modified form or deny the application.
So I get if the applicant asks for it. I'm saying
Yeah.
if the DNRC is jammed up,
we need to work with that.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're
I was
saying
just
is,
clarifying.
yeah, so just to clarify, like, yes, DNRC will not be asking for those waivers of timeline to do our process just because we don't have time. Like, we'll work through that, we'll figure things out, but we won't be asking. the applicant requested waiver. The way it's been handled up to this point is there haven't really been set timeframes on when the applicant can needs to have their response in. And so the idea moving forward is working with the applicant to identify how long it's going to take them to get that additional information. You know, there could be a situation where you know, the applicant finds out they need to collect additional data and it's going to take time for that to occur. And so we kind of landed on no more than 1 year to collect that data, with the idea of whatever data is being collected, like DNRC is looking for 1 year of data. And so regardless of the scenario, it shouldn't take more than 1 year to collect that needed data. And so then once the additional information has been received by the department, we would then come out with a decision in 90 days. And any information provided, because we can't say, well, you know, okay, we've given you 6 months to provide additional information. You can no longer give us additional information after 6 months. You can still do that, but it's gonna mess with the decision process. And so the idea would be that any information provided after that deadline that the applicant and the DNRC agreed upon would be treated as a major amendment to the application, which, yes, would reset timelines, but the big key there is that new information is going to ultimately impact a decision that the department should have already been working.
So just so I'm adding these days up then correctly, because I do appreciate addressing the black hole. We had always identified that there is between the time that an applicant responds to a deficiency notice and the correct and complete determination, there is no timeline. And that is where we fall into wherever. Plus then you add on the waivers, which I acknowledge Chris's question and also want to reemphasize what has been said at previous meetings, and that is, quite frankly, the waivers have no statutory authorization in the first place. It never should have been asked for. And the fact that you guys have not had an applicant sue you over the demand that either you give us a waiver or we deny the application is merely a function of the fact that many applicants recognize that in the long run, because of the way the courts operate, it's going to be just as expensive and take just as much time to sit around and wait for you guys to get through the indeterminate time that it would be to sue over a waiver that is not authorized by statute. Side note. But I want to add up these days, and Kelly, it got me thinking from what you said, because yeah, the subdivision process does move quickly. So with the filling in the black hole, we would have to start with 180 days under 85.2.302 sub 5 for the department to even issue a deficiency letter. Taking out the time for the response, because that's all on the applicant under 85.2.302 sub 6. The department then, if there is a deficiency is identified, which I don't think I've ever seen an application where the department doesn't identify anything, and then as soon as the applicant responds, the department then would have 90 days between deficiency response and making the correct and complete determination. So we're adding in that 90 days. And then after correct and complete, the department then has another 120 days already under 85.2.307 sub 2 to make a preliminary determination. So from the time the applicant submits an application until we get a preliminary determination, not counting the 120 days that the applicant has for a response to any deficiency, which is fully within the applicant's control, the department has, if my math is right, 510 days that they are in possession of that application before we even get a preliminary determination. And my question back is there any way that we can shorten that? When I'm working, for example, with a, say a rancher who wants to make a change And they're changing from flood to sprinkler, which we know doesn't need an application, but then they want to take that savings and expand their acreage, or they want to work with, say, PAT or FWP to put some of that change into in-stream flow. They're having to plan out, not counting for their response to deficiency and not counting then for objection, hearing on objections. They're having to plan out a year and 5 months ahead before they can make that change in their efficiency to increase their crop production and possibly get a water savings. And that's just for in agricultural. That's not for then when you are dealing with, say, a new development that requires water for residential purposes, or even a municipality that is going to need to expand their capacity to be able to serve expanding population.
So what would you recommend?
That, I'm asking DNRC, is there any way we can shorten any
So-
of those days? Because with your addition, and again, I appreciate at least acknowledgement that we need to put in some timeline between deficiency response and correct and complete final determination. The department will be in possession of the application for a minimum of 1 year and 5 months before we get any substantive determination. A minimum of 1 year and 5 months.
So I guess, what I would like to talk about would be, so it's, and just to be clear, the number of days is 390. I think you added one of them twice maybe.
Well, let's walk through this
Or
again.
the, okay, so you added the 120 for the applicant's response.
Okay, okay, so let's take
So-
that out.
But it's
even-
still a long time.
Yeah,
That's right, that's the
still
bottom line.
well over a year.
So,
Is
yes,
there any way that we can do that? And I'm also acknowledging something that I had said before, and that is, if what the department needs to have to stop asking for these waivers and manage workflow is you need some advocacy for additional resources, be that FTE or whatever, come to this group and say that, and we can be those advocates. But what do we need to make this a realistic timeline where folks have a chance of getting any kind of approval in less than 2 to 3 years?
So what I would recommend, so I think we hear you, is that for DNRC to go back and look through this timeline and see if there is a way to make it more efficient, and if not, why, and come back to the group with an
I'll be
explanation.
honest, I think that 180 days originally contemplated the correct and complete determination being issued at the end of that 180 days instead of a deficiency letter being issued at 180 days. So when that 180-day time period first got put into the statute, that's what was contemplated, is that there would be the back and forth between the applicant and the department in that time period, and 180 days correct.
Like Heather said, we absolutely hear you. We'll reevaluate all the overall timelines, and if additional FTE are needed, we'll come back to the group on that. And I hear you that a year and a half is too long. Got it. We'll come back with a different recommendation.
Thank you. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, but they want to see on camera so they can see us.
Just before we move to the next one, so in general, there's kind of, one, we're gonna look at those timelines, but two, the applicant's waiver request, we're specifically putting forward no more than 1 year. Change in how many days, but then a major amendment. Any pushback on those concepts?
I'd like to keep more than a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it took us 3 years last time we tried to go through FWP.
Okay, 1 year.
I don't know, maybe it's an application. Like one side said, I'd like to go faster, but also like to keep some off. Those things
And
are
not
out
have
of
to
our control.
But that's where the applicant has.
Yes.
to be. It seems that I can see the idea that after the deficiency response that says any new information that's provided would be treated as a major modification. And does that mean the time period, the clock resets? Because I certainly have been asked for additional information, but I think, sorry. What I think that underscores is my previous statement acknowledgement by the department that they believe the information that the applicant has provided. And that would reduce the possibility that more questions are gonna come up in the writing of the preliminary determination. Because to review the information, believe that it's sufficient. And we can move on to the next step. But that's, so is that the idea, is that if, say, when the processor is preparing the preliminary determination and they finally have other questions, and they ask the applicant for more information, does that reset that 90-day clock?
No, I think that's a good question, Julie.
That maybe just, and
Yeah.
not necessarily that you have an answer right now,
Right.
but that.
No, I think that's something to consider. Yeah, we'll
Get back to you.
get back to you.
Just a quick follow-up on the deadline. So if you were mentioning that if you guys needed data over a year's time, isn't that something you would ask the applicant to do?
Yes, and so that's why it's an applicant provided.
So that
data,
comes
because the applicant
outside
saying,
of that,
hey,
your
we need
timeframe.
time to collect X data.
Perfect.
You know, this is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I just generally, I don't like having deadlines on the applicant. Like the deadlines should be under the control of the agency, and then the applicant basically has time to do whatever they need to do. And if they decided to basically take as long as they want, like at some point you could say, all right, it's inactive or something, but.
Excellent.
Nope.
All right, so the next issue is that stakeholders have found that there's a battle of the experts. And that DNRC is not lending credibility to the applicant provided assessments. And so work is being duplicated. And then also there's a issue with the requirements to meet preponderance of the evidence seem to be inconsistent from the department. And so the idea that we came up with was because this, I think that the closed basins is a major concern here. So for closed basins, the idea was, well, what if DNRC, instead of the applicant providing a hydrogeologic assessment, what if DNRC does that work? Or there's the option for DNRC to do that work, you know, checkbox A if you want DNRC to do it, checkbox B if you can do it yourself, but, you know, provide that as an attachment. And so then the idea would be if DNRC is doing that hydrogeologic assessment, we provide you with our analysis, similar to, you know, any sort of groundwater analysis that DNRC does right now with zone of influence, drawdown, depleted surface water sources, and all that. So DNRC would provide that up front. Alternatively, to avoid this battle of the experts issue, the applicant still could do that analysis themselves. And at this point, DNRC really is going to look at that assessment and say, okay, is this you know, scientifically backed? Like, does this make sense? And not redo the analysis. And then as far as preponderance of the evidence, you know, that's going to go back to training. We've had a lot of turnover and you know, providing updated training. We've got a huge training plan for this fall, and so we're doing a lot of things there, but you know, more than just that as well, to make sure people understand, excuse me, the difference between, you know, preponderance of evidence and, you know, a higher burden of adventure requirement.
Krista.
I have questions on this one. Sorry, this was my biggest marked up one. And this is the area I'm coming from is on closed basins. So House Bill 831, I just kind of want to bring everybody back to where this whole hydrogeologic assessment and mitigation came from. After the TU decision out of Smith, there was not only was it hard to get water rights in closed basins, you couldn't. And so when we worked on this legislation and on this language, part of the thought process, and I'm not saying we have to stay there, I just want to kind of put it in context, is that science is done on the front end, and any adverse effect, and it was adverse effect, not net depletion, be offset with a mitigation plan. And the purpose or the intent then was to submit both at the same time, so that objectors would know what the entire package looked like, so that they would know whether or not that mitigation would truly offset the adverse effect that they were going to feel from a new use. So that's just to put it in context. So one of the questions I have on this is that if DNRC does the analysis, and I'm not opposed to that necessarily, I'm worried about cost and staff time and the ability to do that. But if DNRC does that hydrogeologic analysis, how does that fit in with that? How does that fit in with the process with the applicant being able to identify mitigation water, being able to bring in their mitigation plan or a change to go with that, so that objectors understand the entire package? Because a new application absent the mitigation is going to get objected to. And so what are you envisioning on how that all is going to mesh if DNRC is doing the science?
And so, yeah, so totally hear you. That's where the initial idea for the two-step process came from, was so that all of the major issues can be identified up front, so that the applicant knows, you know, this is how DNRC is going to look at it. You know, here are the depleted surface water sources with that mitigation component. Okay, here's the water right you're looking to mitigate with. You know, what's that mitigation actually look like? How much mitigation water do you have? So that was how that two-step process came to be, was okay with these closed basins, you know, all of these things. It would make it easier for everybody if everything was identified up front, because that really avoids that battle of the experts and just all the back and forth with you know, modifying those mitigation plans. Like trying to make it clean and clear from the start is important.
Put it till on the spot. I mean, you could just say, I'm not gonna go there, but for a guy like me who has a very minimal understanding of groundwater hydrology, but have gone through the process, it'd be interesting for me to hear Attila's view on when you get a full package and an analysis versus when you start from scratch. How does that affect your efficiency? I know you're a technical expert. I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying, from your standing in your shoes, how do you see the difference between the two approaches?
It's one of those where, you know, we were trained to do independent analysis. And so we kind of find the information and the data on our own, you know, look through the NBMG's work on the groundwater assessment program, as well as their groundwater investigation program, kind of develop a conceptual model of the aquifer and that information. Take not the test information, find the aquifer properties, and then we continue to move forward with the application. We do some reports to look at the criteria. We don't make any determinations, we just provide the science behind the reports. And then we look at the timing on the monthly scale, and we look at the net depletions on the monthly scale, and we look at the mitigation plan to see if that matches the net depletions. If it doesn't, we'd ask the regional office to get in contact with the applicant to change the mitigation plan so it does. So
whether the applicant provides their full analysis or you do all the analysis, there's just a bunch of necessary steps that you have to take either way. Yeah.
So that's super informative. And that's to Abby's point, and I'm not jumping on anybody, that's how it's been done in the past, doesn't have to be done this way in the future. It sounds like it might be helpful to your technical staff within DNRC. Because they're not supposed to be comparing it to net depletion. They're supposed to be comparing it to adverse effect. And I don't know how we help them do that, because you don't have, under statute, you don't have to offset net depletion. You only have to offset adverse effect. And so how do we facilitate that movement? And that was a huge deal at 831. It's huge. And I don't think we're there. And I'm not trying to attack or judge or do any of that, but what can we do within DNRC's systems that help, one, who's going to decide what is adversely affected? So that applicants will even know if their mitigation plan will work. Who makes the adverse effect determination?
Well, the applicant provides evidence in the department.
Well, but not necessarily, not if the department's doing the, so ignore what we're doing today. I mean, just kind of think outside of the box. If there's this new mechanism where DNRC is doing the analysis, do they determine the adverse effect? And tell the applicant you're gonna adversely affect from point A to point B in June and July, mitigate for it? Because if that's gonna happen, then the applicant shouldn't have to spend hours and hours and dollars to come to that. And which way is the most efficient? And if DNRC is going to push back on what the applicant's doing anyway. So I'm just trying to help drive us towards more of a solution on it.
I think that's all I have. So, mention there, the way he goes about it, it's those that
Right.
there is on lens on every application. Basically, that's full analysis every time, so it's really being different.
But does he look at adverse effect or does he look at net depletion?
But that's the issue that we have highlighted from the very beginning of this conversation, and that is, it's not any change that needs to be made statutorily or regulatorily. The statute from the very beginning in House Bill 831 specifically called out a distinction between net depletion and adverse effect. What was the statutory language? That not all net depletion constitutes adverse effect. That has never been recognized by the department. I have received.
I think it's kind of a false distinction, or it's the minority of situations, because the most often what we run into is your net depletion is affecting a surface water source that is otherwise 100% or already over. So you can't have any net depletions to the Gallatin River or the Bitter River or the Black
See, I
River.
disagree. You can't have net depletions to the Gallatin River if it's high spring flows. So those broad statements like that is not addressing adverse effect. There are
Well,
opportunities.
I mean,
There are
But
opportunities.
that goes back to a broader conversation we had at the beginning of this too, and that is on the substantive criteria that we're looking at, that mostly applies to new permits on legal availability and physical availability. What do those actually mean? And what is the utility of those? Because those were put in place the first time around, really, as I recall, and this was actually even before my time, was to deal with the clinch decisions. And given that we are now post compact, is physical and legal availability, what purpose do those criteria serve now, particularly when you still got adverse effect? And I mean, I think of the multiple preliminary determinations that I've had, and then you go into the hearings, and that's always been a bit of a quagmire distinguishing among all of those, because it does end up getting jumbled. And so, you know, that is to the extent that we would need statutory modifications, aside from the black hole issue, which just is going to have to be put in statute, just set a date. That would be the biggest statutory change that I would see. And, you know, that is a principal question.
Ryan?
I have a question for that and the other DNRC staff. I mean, it seems, I hear the dispute about net depletions versus adverse effect, and I understand why we're having that, because that hasn't worked in the statute. But the determination of adverse effect is not somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is you still have to make the analysis of what net depletion is. Net depletion in time, amount, location on the source has to be made. From that data, you can then make a determination of what adverse effect occurs. Am I wrong on that?
So that was my question, is how do we move towards that, even though it wouldn't require a statutory change necessarily, is how does the department envision moving towards that? Because that is, because I've also heard that the 100%, like Julie was referring to, the 100% net depletion offset, adverse effect does matter because there might be circumstances where there's not adverse effect during a portion of the irrigation season, or, there's all kinds of site-specific reasons. But I guess that's kind of why I was pushing this issue, is that adverse effect does matter. How does and you don't have to answer it right now, you can come back with it. How does the department envision, if the department does the science, they determine net depletion and what amount of that results in an adverse effect, circle back around, tell the applicant that so they can get mitigation that's in the timing, amount, and location that needs to occur. To me, that just seems a much more efficient model or mechanism of moving forward.
I mean, and the other, and I don't, Julie just sort of said that's kind of already being done, and I agree. And I think from one of my perspective, it might be important for the department to analyze where in its net depletion analysis it has instituted shortcuts or certain procedures that prohibit a more flexible adverse effect analysis. I mean, I think the applicant, the department can have disagreements about adverse effect. I think the goal should be, and I think what I find helpful about your two-step process, whether that gets internalized into a pre-app meeting or something, is to try and extricate some of the science out of that. But, for instance, the one that sort of, and I'd love to hear it, Phil and DNRC and other folks, because I may just be that shit crazy, but the net depletion, part of the net depletion analysis that I wonder if it becomes problematic is, monthly time steps. October of 2030 or October of 2100, your net depletion is going to be your X, Y, and Z, and your mitigation component is X, Y, and Z. Instead, there may be an aspect of, by doing the analysis in that way, the department and the applicant are headed for a collision course, because that is sort of a formulaic approach. There's a monthly block of your mitigation requirement, come hell or high water, regardless of what, the realities on the ground are in 2100. And so if you have examples like that in your technical analysis of net depletion, those are areas where you might be able to have greater flexibility. On the other hand, and to Krista's point, I don't think senior water right holders in the Gallatin really suspected with House Bill 831 that they were gonna, institute what's in place now. And so to her point that, look, there should be opportunities to appropriate new water. I think one of the difficulties we've got on that is even if you have a better net depletion analysis, we could set a trigger flow based on the amount of water in the river where a mitigation has to supply a certain amount. But that's going to require active measurement of what people are doing on the ground. So, I don't want to be negative on this whole thing, and maybe I'm complicating the whole thing, but it seems like there is benefit. I guess the summary for me is I think there's benefit to pulling some of these scientific principles out of the adverse effect fight. But we're not going to avoid them. That latter adverse effect fight.
And the adverse effect fight happening on the front end.
Well, I don't think it can happen at the front end because you've got to have that net depletion analysis. The applicant and the department need to figure out or have the fight about what the science says about the time, amount, and location of where their depletion is going to occur.
And by the front end, I mean in the application, because if it's not done in the application and it's done later, then the burden shifts.
But it's all,
And
it's
so that's,
all part of the application, so all of this is done before you get to public.
no, I understand that, but as we're talking about potential changes, I think everything's on the board. Everything's on the table to discuss, right? And so, I mean, that's great. Let's keep it just how it is. I was just trying to,
Maybe you were gonna say something.
Well, I was saying is that by doing that calculation, location. That kind of figured that doing anything does not, hey, we have to actually, it's just this little stretch right here. We have to fix, you know, it doesn't allow for any like interface and type fixes. Now instead of like doing a portion of Gallup Valley or something and saying, hey, this area here, if we generally get depletions back in here, we're gonna, or depletions back to the source here, we're okay. But instead, now we've located this one little spot, so it limits possibilities of changing for the better, let's say, yeah, try some other small creek would happen. So it takes from any like kind of global solutions off the table. Now we're back to, hey, we have to fix this point. And I think, and at this time, which to me takes mitigation off the table. Do it because we always have this point here and this point here and this point right here. How do you get back there? And so by doing that science, like you say, hey, we can say this is going to reach out, it's going to get this reach. Source. You do get that you get that point on the source, and now you've got people can't better that whole source easily. Now you're talking about money and source.
I guess I don't understand the pendulum, because I mean, I think that's sort of my point about, and maybe that's implicit in science. So Pat, you know, I'd love to hear a greater explanation on that, because I think some of the point that I guess I'm sort of getting to is I can see some benefit in having discussions about, you know, based on some preliminary information, we're going to put in a well in X location. What are the aquifer characteristics? What, you know, what if you're pulling X amount, what does the model of depletion look like? You know, whether it's a point or a stream reach, that sort of seems to get to how robust the data is.
Right, so let's say we've got that now. We have to know we're having depletion there. To get that depletion back, now we have pretty much at the exact same source we have the well. So instead of looking at the source as a whole, it's like, hey, we have mitigation here, we have lots here, we still get water back to this source, it's just not put in the same location.
Well, I think that's the issue with, I mean, that's what I guess what I'm sort of driving at with then having the debate about adverse effect. You know, can you effectively dewater that portion of the reach without adversely affecting the water? So I mean, I think that's then the debate that the applicant, the department, and other warrants have.
Well, I mean, that's what the substantive criteria determination is about. And I mean, you're absolutely right. That is the discussion that has to happen. That's what happens when the department comes out with a preliminary determination. If the applicant disagrees with that, we can challenge the preliminary determination if it's to deny. And if it's to grant, so the department determines the applicant has met, then the question moves on to the objectives. And I appreciate what I'm hearing as trying to resolve all these disagreements outside of that conflict process. And I don't know that you're ever going to do that, which is why the statute has built in the process for A, objectors to come in and throw their 2 cents in, and B, the judicial review. But to get back to the issue that was raised in this particular slide on the groundwater analysis of data, what I keep coming back to are there really 2 big issues there. And one, I do appreciate the department acknowledging that they need to be better training their staff on constitutes preponderance of evidence, because I think we've seen consistently that the standards the applicants are being held to are far above and beyond preponderance of evidence. And second, that again, we need to go back to what the statute says, that there is is a distinction between net depletion and adverse effect. And that is a recognition that has to come internally within the department. And of course, the response has always been, well, in a closed basin, all net depletion is adverse effect. The legislature was well aware of the existence of closed basins when they passed House Bill 831. The entire point of House Bill 831 was to allow for permitting within closed basins. So with that knowledge, to issue repeatedly the statement that there is no amount of net depletion that is not adverse effect in a closed basin makes irrelevant the legislature's adoption in House Bill 831 of that precise statement that there is a distinction.
I think it's true to say, as the only groundwater, that adverse effect is a net depletion. All adverse effect is net depletion. But it's not true to say all net depletion is an adverse effect. And so what that mandate said is to look beyond just the mathematical calculation of net depletion. What it has to come down to is a localized assessment of how is this depletion affecting other water users on the source. It's gotta be a localized project by project assessment. It can't just be a blanket statement or blanket rule that all net depletion are adverse effect. You really have to drill in and get to the point where, okay, on the reach scale, where is this net depletion occurring and what is the extent of that adverse effect to other water users?
And that was all, at 831, that's why there's aquifer storage and recovery contemplated. That was the entire conversation about that, is how can we set up infiltration galleries like Utility Solutions had done to offset net depletion from point or adverse effect from point A to point B. That was the entire conversation. I don't know if we still want to go that direction, but that was the entire thought process in drafting those statutes. It's exactly what Pat was just saying.
That's the only way we can make mitigation work.
Right.
Can't dance around it. Get every little pinhole.
But as long as the pinhole is between A and B, and we know that that offsets adverse effect between, I don't know, May 1st and October 1st, then in my mind,
Can't get so specific that we just make every change, every matters. Because
well, but they can't, but DNRC can't issue the permits if there is adverse effect. So I think we need to be, so adverse effect needs to be considered for existing users. Has to be. Secondly,
part of the statutory criteria.
I recognize that, Abby. So adverse effect is just like the first step. Then as we look at mitigation alternatives, if we can develop some type of a mitigation bank or market or whatever the hell we want to call it, where we can have ways to hold water longer so it returns to a certain stretch over a certain period of time, mitigation might actually work. And we might actually be able to allow for new uses in closed basins and move this past of fighting over every single one, because then they can go to XYZ, say, hey, do you have water available? Yes, we do. They submit their application. DNRC's already looked at that mitigation bank's water right. They know where to offset adverse effect, and you just boom, boom, boom. Because until then, this back and forth and push and pull between all the different uses, that's never going to change.
I really appreciate the idea that you need, things like mitigation banks and stuff. In all the applications I have worked on, the question has never been, will the mechanics of the mitigation work? The question has always been, what are you mitigating for? And that's the point that you were raising, Pat. So it's not that there aren't opportunities for mitigation. It's always been a bigger question of the applicant says, here is the net depletion, here is the amount of net depletion that is adverse effect. So here's the mitigation plan we are proposing to mitigate for that amount of net depletion that is adverse effect. And the department comes back and says, no, all of the net depletion is adverse effect. Sometimes there's even the other calculation of here's what the net depletion is. And then you need to come up with a broader ranging mitigation plan. So it's that amount, including the timing and location. It's never been about, once there is agreement on that amount, timing, and location, how to mitigate for that. It's what are you mitigating for?
I
Well, yeah,
mechanics of mitigation as well. And to, I mean, Krista, you're right, that would be ideal. And in between now and the time that we have things set up, like a mitigation bank that's actually functioning, we still need to have a process. Because that's an ideal, but that is something that's gonna take time to develop.
So that's why my question to DNRC is how are you gonna look internally at this net depletion adverse effect discussion? Who's gonna decide that? How soon are you gonna tell the applicant? How is this all gonna work? And I mean, we could talk about this for 150 hours, which you've already done over however many years before now. I guess for me, I would like the department to recognize the difference between adverse effect and net depletion. Put forward how you think we can move forward. If the department does the science, just so that way we're talking off of a recommendation and then we can make recommendations to yours. I don't know. That's just my thought.
They will flush this out and get back to you. These are all really helpful conversations. Good
We
information.
actually started, I think, on talking about whether the applicant was gonna do the hydrogeologic assessment or the department was going to do that. And I think the department's doing that right now. That's the way they're working. This is what we do.
We are, yep.
And so, just, no more time on their end to continue that.
What we're proposing is we do it so that there's not that battle.
We
Because
always
it's
do it on the
optional.
front end because otherwise we don't know how to do, where to put our mitigation.
So do you like the idea of DNRC doing it with the option of the applicant doing it and that DNRC is really doing more of just does this analysis make sense? Type of review?
Yeah.
So we feel okay about this idea.
Yeah.
You're doing it already. I mean, you're doing the analysis anyway, after you get the applicant does it, and then you do the analysis to see if, so it seems to me like you're doing it.
We are, that's
Yeah.
why we, proposed, yeah.
And that's where that battle is.
And so part of, I'm not doing a very good job of putting what I'm thinking into the right words. That was the purpose of my question. If DNRC does the hydrogeologic analysis, how does that fit in all these other parts that exist now with the applicants doing the science when they have the stuff up front? Or does it change anything? And we don't have to answer that right now. I'm just saying, if this work group decides, yep, let's just completely take out a statute that the applicant has to do any of that. Because DNRC is doing all of it anyway. Then what would that look like? Is I guess what I'm asking, so I can have a better understanding.
Right, and yes.
So thumbs up to this idea and hitting your point and everyone else's point. You want greater clarity on how this idea relates to our net depletion and adverse effect analysis as a whole, because you all believe that we're not doing it correctly.
Well, and the timing on the
And the timing,
mitigation, right?
yes.
So that can come in as a package, so that as objectors, they have an
Yes.
opportunity to see the whole package.
Great.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Okay, moving right along.
Okay. Okay, so the issue statement for this one is that stakeholders are concerned with the modeling data used by DNRC, the accuracy relative to the modeling and measurement error, and the actual application to real world scenarios. And so the draft ideas from DNRC was do an evaluation of all the modeling that we currently and see, you know, if there are ways to improve those models, make them more clear. Maybe there's simplification we can do. So then also we need to, as part of that report on the modeling, provide more clarity on assumptions and what the accuracy would be for that model. And and then evaluate the timescale of use. So, you know, this model says X, well, does the model also identify how long X is going to take to occur? That's something that is an idea. And yeah, then, you know, are there more simplified methods that we can use for permits or changes that would be consistent with case law that we may have out there regarding analyses. We did get a comment about statistical significance. So the comment says, my concern has not really been about the particular model used, but that the output is considered to be statistically significant when it is not. And so I guess I'm kind of interested to learn more about maybe some specifics there.
Well, I think with any model, you have a degree of, tolerance or how many standard deviations above or below the mean can you go and have, like all the p-values and all of that jazz. And I attempted to research the well depletion model that you guys are using and find some literature about the percentage error that model is capable of working within. And I haven't found anything. We've had some literature around that. I would love to hear it. But I think that's what we have to do is like, just like with contact points in the adjudication, they determined a range of values that would be acceptable based on the amount of, just the error that is built into the analysis of, how close can we get when you draw that line on a, 4-inch to the mile error. Like there's just inherent error in the process. And that's what I'm asking to be acknowledged. And then what the applicant proposes, especially when it comes to mitigation, falls outside of that degree of error, then we should just consider that they've met the mitigation.
De minimis isn't a statistical differences. And so we're all in water world, we're always saying there can't be de minimis, we can't just allow de minimis depletion at 5,000 tons. But there's a difference statistically when your error bars might be 50, 20 acre feet, just because of the error. And you're being held to a 0.03 acre feet depletion. If it falls within the error bars, whether it's gallons per minute, miners, inches, acre feet, it's not a de minimis depletion. It's immeasurable and incalculable if it falls within, whether it's a 95% confidence interval or 85. I'm not sure which is the right way. It should be 51% confidence interval. Hundreds of evidence, but that's mixing metaphors.
The statute has provided us with guidance, and that guidance has been in place for a long time. 85-401 sub 1 says, as between appropriators, first time, first and right, but priority of appropriation, which is ultimately what is determined, because you can't have adverse effect on prior appropriators, all that, does not include the right to prevent changes by later appropriators in condition of water occurrence. And what has been consistent over time is that the department instead focuses on any change in water conditions, because 401 sub 1 again calls out, just because it's an increase or decrease in stream flow, just because it's a lowering of the water table, artesian pressure, water level, as long as the prior appropriator can reasonably exercise their water right under change condition, that's not adverse effect. That provision in the statute has been repeatedly ignored. It is not calculable. It is not even specific confidence intervals. It is a practical question of, can the existing appropriators, whether it's a new application or you're putting in a change of existing right, can all the existing appropriators reasonably exercise their right as they historically have? If they have, it doesn't matter how far out you can carry that decimal point.
I would argue that we do allow de minimis deletions. It's 10 acre feet.
That's true.
All right, I appreciate the conversation. That helps me understand better what you guys are thinking on, so thank you. Next slide.
So I'm wondering, we have half an hour until lunch, and then on the agenda, we had allocated the afternoon to start talking about mitigation. Where are you guys? I mean, do you want to continue to have these in-depth conversations about each one? It feels like this has been really helpful and productive. And if that pushes mitigation, we can at least get Carrie's presentation and a fundamental foundation of what we need to do, and then have work, identify what work needs to happen before the next meeting. Does it make sense to continue to spend more time on this? We're not going to get finished before lunch.
It seems like the most productive conversation we've had throughout this series.
And I would be curious, what, when you say moving on to mitigation, that's like this entire humongous conversation. And
Well,
I'm curious what you guys are thinking when you say that, of what would be the top?
It goes back to the framing questions. And so looking at those framing questions, and I feel like you guys are hitting on some of that. I mean, it's not just this slide that you guys are talking about as we've had this conversation. It's funneling into these other conversations. So I think if you want to continue to have these in-depth conversations, then we can regroup and better frame that for the next conversation. So it's a good question, Julian, and we'll come back to that before the end of the day. But it sounds like you guys want to continue to have these more in-depth conversations about each of these issues. Is there full agreement to that? I've heard yes from some, but is anyone opposed to that? Okay, all right, where did Nate go?
He left the building.
He's done. Anna, do you want to take this next one?
Sure.
Sorry.
Oh, granting with modifications. So there was just some questions about, you'd like to see DNRC work with the applicant more to grant with modified form rather than deny. We just pulled some information and some statistics. We don't often, but I will often grant with modification. So that is already our practice. And so we just wanted to follow up with you. If this is still an issue for the group, we can discuss further. If you want to see the department do more work on granting with modification, that is generally what we do and we strive for within our regional offices. There was also questions about additional enforcement and measurement. And so enforcement is being worked on by the final decree transition work group. So if you want to engage in that enforcement conversation, please start showing up to more meetings with that other work group. But if not, Krista and Ryan are part of both of those work groups. And then another topic in this area was wanting measurements submitted to the department. This was a comment provided by the group. And this working group can absolutely make that recommendation on requiring water users to measure. But to Ryan's point, what does that look like? How does that look like? And where does that fall into the process for it to be meaningful is something that the group should really discuss and consider.
My only point on this one is that it kind of fits in with the verification, which is the next one, is that this is only as good as the follow-up, to be quite blunt. And so that's it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're requiring that people measure water, my position has always been that the department needs to do something with that information and make it public. There could be, that could easily be worked into the database and that information captured and then made part of the information that's available to the public on the web.
Yes.
By law, there must be measuring devices on every point of diversion in a decree stream. I know that not all streams are decreed, but I think the statutory mandate for mandatory statute doesn't necessarily change things. It's got to be a different approach, not just part of statute.
guess I would suggest in terms of measurement, as we work through this, a lot of measurement ideas keep coming up. I'd like this group to think about that as kind of its own topic and what would that look like and what your recommendation would be, rather than just kind of tagging it, but really giving some focused thought to that.
But I would just like to say that the NRC has really stepped up in helping engaging across the state. I want to applaud it.
Ready to go to the
Next
next one, Nate?
Yes, I
Hey.
am. All right, so the next topic is verification. So and this is a added topic, but based on last time's discussion. So the issue identified is that new appropriations are rarely, if ever, verified to determine if the estimates submitted with the application are actually what's used on the ground. And so we're starting to see consequences of this with change applications coming into increase flow rate from a new well to get our permitted volume. So talking about verification, I guess we'll start with some recommendations that were provided by comment. And those recommendations were maybe there's a requirement of the department to verify permits within 180 days of receiving the notice of completion. And then along with that, the department should adopt rules to address verification of existing appropriations and for moving forward. So DNRC hasn't come up with any specific ideas with verification yet. We're aware that this is a major topic. We've got tons of old permits, one page project completion notice permits out there that need to be verified.
Actually, really senior priority dates compared to.
And so, yes, so something needs to be done. I think that that's one of those things I would like to see us work with probably a stakeholder group, maybe outside of this discussion, focus specifically on, verification. But working with recommendations on what is verification, what should it look like, and, what are the steps, identifying how to handle the old notices and really what does it mean? Because, I think there's a lot of questions out there as to, well, what does verification really mean? And I think as a state, we need to really have clarity on that. And I guess I'm looking towards the stakeholders, the state, to help us identify what it means to everyone.
So Nate, what I'm hearing from you with verification sounds like a fundamental shift in the way enforcement works now. The enforcement process now is a user-driven process. The state does not have water cops circulating in the state. It is, we've got the laws in place, and if the user says that other user is violating the terms of their permit, they have the option to file a complaint, and then the process gets started. And what I'm hearing from you with this verification is a suggestion that the state do create a water cop process where they will go around. So if that's not what you want, then my question is, what is the purpose of the verification? And I mean that as a genuine question, because the user-driven process, I mean, yes, it places some responsibility on the users, but it works. I mean, there are a lot of other enforcement topics across the body of law that are also user-driven.
So I have an example for you on this, Abby. This might have come from my issue. There was a recent application where an entity has two existing wells. One was permitted in the 1970s, one in the early 1980s. Significant volume. haven't used that volume to date. And have applied for a new well to increase their flow rate so that they can reach that volume that was permitted. So I think when Nate brings up talking about what does verification mean and who's gonna do it, how is it gonna work is, and I think this comes out on the table when we talk about water available for new uses as well, is if entity ABC has never really used 1,000 acre-feet of water, should that be protected from an adverse effect analysis when they've never really used that much? How long do they have to get to that 1,000 acre-feet? I'm not saying I have an answer one way or the other, but as we have more and more demands on our water system, how far out are entities allowed in order to perfect their volumes?
So is, in the example you give, is this entity applying for a new right because that portion of their existing permit, they are now considering abandoned? Because what you said is they're applying for a new right to reach that permitted volume.
They're doing a change and adding another well to increase their flow rate so they can get to their volume.
Okay, so they're adding an additional point of diversion. Okay. And I understand that particular issue. And I go back to what we have in statute in the law already, and that is we have a body of law that defines when an existing right is considered abandoned. And again, that is a user-driven process, whether that happened through the adjudication process or with someone filing a complaint saying this water right is being used in violation of the terms of their permit because they're using a water right that has long since been abandoned. And if what we want to do is have the department then going out and verifying the extent to which existing rights have or haven't been abandoned, that's going to be a significant commitment on the part of the department. And that's the call for you guys to make. But I understand the issue you're raising and the law deals with it.
But I don't think they ever had it to abandon it, is the point I'm making. They never had it, they never used it.
I took this to be something completely different, which is the actual process of when a permittee reaches the end of their project completion notice period and they file a project completion notice. And that actually gets processed.
Yeah.
In a timely manner.
Yes, sorry,
And if there's changes
I
to,
didn't present that one.
yeah, so I think probably part of the problem is the term verification.
Yep.
That verification in the permitting sense applies to permits that were issued prior to 1992.
Yes.
And the term of any permit issued after that is generally referred to as certification.
Yeah.
So that we got two different things going on. And we had a big push where the department hired a contractor to verify all those pre-1992 permits. They got a good chunk of them done. They left some big pieces of low-hanging fruit that they did not verify that need to be verified. And I think that this brings up a good point of Vista is another big one that never got verified. So the two different things. I mean, I think it does ultimately to enforcement, but we also know that we have a lot of project completion notices that are sitting in files that haven't gotten processed. And if the applicant said, well, I applied for 1,000 gallons a minute, but I only ever put in a pump that could do 750, that modification is not getting reflected in the water rate data.
And that terminology that you raise is appropriate and important. Yeah.
So I think that's me. I'm not sure if putting a time frame on these is good or not, considering the push that we're making on the department to put new applications as a priority. I mean, I would love to put a
And so the reason, and I'm the one who put the time frame in there, and here's why. So in the particular instance that I raised, the folks that I'm working with, how do they object? How do they object to that change? It's within their existing water rate. And so absent some intermediary step, whoever has one of those, where they're not actually using all the water, right, all the water that's on their abstract, I don't know how an existing user can object to that.
Or even a new property owner can
Anybody.
understand what
Exactly.
they bought.
Exactly, all those different pieces. So that's just one piece that's out there that I
Well,
was hoping.
and let's be careful with this too, because, you know, there's a whole lot of things that get wrapped up into the perfection of a water right and project completion. And I've seen all sorts of applicants that file a project completion notice on an authorization because they put the implements in place. And the department says they have, you know, depending on how far back you go, 60 days or a year or some very short time frames. Like whether they actually then apply the water to use at some point, or whether when they filed that, they were saying, yes, my whole project is complete and I'm done. Those are way broad questions that, like,
And that's why I
the
think Nate's
stakeholder group.
recommendation to step back and look at it is because I think it is bigger than that.
I mean, because like going and objecting to water rights that may not be completed yet, or a project completion has been filed, but relying on a one-page document filed in 1977 for a statement of the full extent of the water use under that, you know, permit, there's going to be some problems with that.
Don't disagree.
Well, the issue that both of you raised goes back to what we were talking about before on the substantive criteria analysis when you're determining adverse effect. Because one of the other fundamental issues that's been in place for a long time, and we discussed earlier, is particularly on change apps, when you have to prove up your historic use as an applicant, the department almost starts from the assumption that you have to prove your use up to zero. You do not get the presumption that your use reflected on your abstract is what your use is. But then when it comes to determination of adverse effect on other existing water users, there is not questioning at all. I think that in this book, there is no questioning that all of those water rights are being used up to the full amount on the paper.
Comes back to measurements because we're not quite.
Or there are a lot of conditions on permits where the applicants do have to collect the data, but as Julie pointed out, nothing's done with it.
Or they never actually.
And so this is also tying into key challenge one. Forgive me, I forgot what we're calling it. Final decree transition working group. And so I think there's also going to be discussions happening in that group that really are going to help inform verification, certification, and the ideas of things that we need to address as we move forward. And so I think you guys have covered well why we don't have a recommendation as of yet. So to be determined, but we would like to have a working group that really helps us work through these questions that we have. Okay, so the next topic identified is rules. So clarity is needed for why rules are in existence, if they need to be updated, and how they are applied. And so there's a need to streamline rules and focus on flexibility. And so not trying to punt here, but that is the key idea of key challenge 2, which is the DNRC internal review of, you know, our application forms and our rules and policies and processing instructions. And so not trying to punt on this, but that's where we want to focus on specific rule changes, because I think there's going to be a lot of things that we need to look at. You know, it's not as simple as, oh, we've got a couple of rules to change. Like, we need to go through everything. And so the idea is we want to take what we're hearing from you guys and use that to inform how we're looking at the rules as part of Key Challenge 2. And then just to reiterate, like, that's not gonna be a black box of DNRC just saying, this is what we're gonna do. Like, we're gonna take that initial step, and then we wanna work with stakeholders to see, hey, you know, this issue was identified. This is how we're proposing to make the rule change. Does this make sense? Does this work? So there is going to be feedback associated with that key challenge.
Terrible this.
So the next issue statement is that the stakeholders have identified the challenge of DNRC not supporting the analyses that we do during the objection phase, and that the process is not really understandable to the objectives. And so then there's an additional component of that, which is evaluate location of hearings unit. And so the real idea that we have right now is looking at what other agencies within the state are doing for their hearings process and how they handle objections, as well as what other states are doing for their permitting processes regarding objections. And so we would like time to really do an analysis and see what else is out there, and then provide those some ideas based on what we find. And so I guess depending on how long that takes, that may be an additional working group. But I think we probably have some more important topics to work through with this group right now.
Questions, thoughts? From a senior water right user perspective, I would think that if we were moving from exceptions to allowing people an easier process to get a water right, you know, a big piece of that is wanting to have that process of being able to object and knowing when to object and having that be easier. So again, just the connection between our framing questions and making sure we're coming back to.
And continuing with like about. Groundwater use located 5 miles away, so you know, adverse effect. That objection, otherwise. You just kind of hearing. Really.
Okay, a more robust evaluation of the objection process, just like we're doing a more robust process leading up to correct and complete. The correct and complete analysis for objections is not what I would call robust.
And the other way I interpret this was also making sure that the hearings examiner is an independent arbiter, not an advocate for the department's position, not a defender of the department's position or analysis. That happens through the permit change process, but once it goes to a hearings officer, you'd expect them to be more on the lines of a judge, an independent, objective arbiter rather than an advocate for the department. And we've seen that evolve a lot since Bostwick and a couple of those other Sifengus cases where, you know, it was pretty clear that the hearing examiner was there to drive the decision that, or to protect the decision that that same person made before. But I've seen the shift, and I just want to call it out. It's an important shift to make sure that the hearings are
Perception to the applicants a lot of times, DNRC is the judge, jury, and execution.
yeah.
Well, it can be that way for the objectives too. And if the department has made a decision and someone objects, and then the person who's hearing that objection is also part of the department, I think that's.
So whether the conflict of interest is real or perceived, it's been there for, I mean, that's been an issue forever and ever and ever. And so I think to see like how DEQ and some of these others handle it is a legitimate way to move forward.
Or I do like the idea of looking at other states.
I have 2 observations that occurred, and I don't mean them to be a criticism against some of the comments, but to play devil's advocate a little bit. You know, One is the reason the department hearings officer makes the final determination is because what is set up in statute is what is decided by the department is a preliminary determination. And so under basic administrative law, the department has to make a final determination at some point. And so unless we're prepared to, basically go change the statutes or hand that off to some other agency, and I don't know how you resolve that issue, that somebody else is making the final determination for the department, or what the preliminary determination that's issued by the department is the final determination, and that you have objections, and whether from third parties or the applicant or by the department in a separate body, that's fine, but just keep in mind, there's a reason the hearing examiner is the final step there from an administrative law perspective. Going and looking at DEQ or other permit processes, those are going to look fundamentally different.
Brian, I've given a lot of thought to that issue that you raised, I think you raised at the last meeting, and I remember you coming up possibly in conversations in the final pre-group somehow. Because it is an issue of administrative law outside Title 85, but I think that's an issue that needs to resolve with the mandates. Rather than it being the preliminary determination the department makes after the correcting is complete, just the department issues their decision. At that point in time, once it goes to objections, you put it to an independent arbiter. Because when you look at some of the processes in other departments, that's how it happens. You just change where the agency decision is, because it is a valid, it's a legal mental exercise in some respects as to having the agency have a final determination. But you just change where the agency final determination is. There's nothing in administrative law that would state that the agency final determination has to only be had after there is all the opportunity for objections and everything else. Adversarial process could be held before an independent arbiter, whether that be, through the Attorney General's office and their agency legal services, that's where the hearings examiners are housed, or, we utilize the options under each statute right now for appeal of the determinations that are coming out of the hearing examiners. We've got some experience in the code and that we're working in the substance of the issue. But yeah, it's a valid point that you raise, and I think there's a solution there.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that's not without solution. I'm just saying recognize that that's going to require statutory and regulatory modifications. And I can't remember what the other devil's advocate point is because we got all six out. Clearly, it wasn't that worth.
That maybe is reading through the rest of the notes and then we look back at the adverse effect statement there that I think is kind of this topic. That TRC's responsibility to protect existing users. And I don't know if that thought was captured as kind of an incomplete, but I question whether or not that's really the TRC's responsibility.
Where are you looking?
It's in the notes as we on the Google Doc.
Well, the Supreme Court said that that's the job of the Water Use Act, and therefore.
The department's responsibility.
I mean, that's my observation on how to advocate for that position, but that's.
Pat and I are.
Maybe next week.
All right.
I did remember the
Scratch
other.
that thought.
I did remember my other point. It's a devil's advocate point, but with regard to the valid objections. Just also keep in mind that there is very limited statutory languages for excluding an objector to an application. A valid objection is basically the criteria. And so, I'm not saying you can't go down that route, you can't clarify, you can't define it, but just be really careful when you cut off avenues for serial system.
Every time we try to change it in statute, TU shows up and just blows us out of the water.
Well, I think it's a much better process now, but at least, I mean, if you put your name on, it used to be, you know, put your name on the objection form, pay the fee, your objection was valid.
Fairly.
Man, I just don't like it when I try to screw around with that.
Well, I appreciate the thoughtful feedback that you guys have been giving and the discussion that you've had. And I imagine that your brains need a little bit of a break and food. Anne's back. She went to pick up the food. It's noon. Can we come back at 12:45 or do you guys need an hour? I think we could use the 15 minutes. Okay, so let's come back at 12:45. And do you want to say anything about lunch?
No, we have pizza from Mackenzie River Pizza and spinach salad. And you're on your own for your drinks.
And it's
Water.
in the kitchen.
Yeah, no, it's right out here in
There's
the
a little-
hallway. There's a little stand there and
Thank
I
you.
think we're good.
Thank you.
So,
All right. Thanks, everyone.
So we have to start that first.
Effect is the next topic. I'm gonna read the issue statement and we'll go from there. So the issue statement was, it's unclear how the department determines adverse effect for permits and changes. Stakeholders want a clear definition based on case law applicable to both open and closed basins. And DNRC analyses are overly technical, not necessarily accurate, and it may be they may not be necessary to evaluate adverse effect. So with all that covered, based on the feedback we've gotten from this morning session, I think I'd like to hard punt on adverse effect because we've got a ton of feedback. I think we need to go work on this, take what we've heard, because a lot of our discussion has been adverse effect. And we'll bring it back at the next session if that works for folks. Because I think we can do a lot better job than what we've got right here right now.
I see nods. Sounds good. Yes, please. Next slide.
oh.
Next slide. It was 2 slides.
Oh, yeah.
so.
Wow, we skipped 2 slides.
Okay, so the next issue has to do with historical use analysis. So the issue statement is that we need clarity on what data are needed to meet the preponderance of the evidence, clarity on what information can be provided to meet the criteria, and transparency on what information provided by the applicant is or isn't used. Part of the challenge is that pre-1973 use information is not readily available. So what that's focusing on is statements of claim that haven't been changed. And so right now what rule says is that we need that pre-73 information on use for these claims. And the reality is 1973 was 49 years ago. Finding people with that information is getting harder every year. And so that is something that I think everybody is struggling with. We do have some working group comments on the Google Doc. talking about the historical use analysis for municipal rights. And so it's talking about how calculating consumptive use for municipal water rights can be very difficult. It's referencing a municipal guidance document from 2014 on how to calculate municipal use. And so I guess to address those comments, thank you for the comments. I think that's something we want to work on internally to review that guidance as part of key challenge number 2 and determine, what there is good information to keep and what maybe is unrealistic.
So if I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so, looking back at all the sub-uses of the municipal water right at the time of 1973 is just an absurd exercise. And I think is completely unnecessary and maybe contrary to 85227 with presumption of municipal abandonment. So, I mean, what's the point of having a statute that protects against the abandonment of the municipal right if a city can't grow into using all of it? And if the city can't grow into using all of it, then why are we talking about historical use? Right, that's kind of the thought process behind that comment there. I think it could be simplified enormously.
And I think there's other situations that are similar to the municipal use that are kind of situated likewise. That it's really difficult to talk about historic consumptive use on looking at doing a change on the Monterey County Canal Reservoir Company water rates where they have a huge storage component. Talking about what the historic consumptive use was of that water rights, like what, okay, like 1963, 1975, 1982, what pick a date, because it's going to be different because they're water company that can move their water around, right? There's no one answer. And so I think there needs to be maybe some different considerations for water rights that fall into this kind of different category. It's not about I irrigated 100 acres and it was these 100 acres and I took my water out here. When you've got things like municipal use or irrigation districts.
So are you gonna require like the irrigation entities to have a legal determination that they have a service area, or is it any canal company or anything like that that owns shares? I mean, it's easy to say that, but to put that on the ground, that's difficult because nothing was to create the volumes.
Oh, I think there's plenty of questions like that would need to be answered. Right? But to acknowledge that the discussion about historic consumptive use is different in different situations.
So related to the historical use analysis, some of the ideas that DNRC came up with was, and this first one ties into key challenge too, but looking at the application questions to really focus on what's necessary. So, diverted flow, both flow rate and volume, consumptive use of the water right. Really focusing those applications on the necessary stuff, what is absolutely needed. And I think framing those application questions a little better. So that would be part of key challenge number 2. And then another idea that we had, getting back to the pre-1973 use information, is looking at how we can review historical use for those water rights, but not exclusively looking at pre-73 water use information. And so the example there would be like modern measurements. And I think some applicants do look, do an analysis like that right now. But, making it more clear, like what that would look like, I think is something we could do.
So that.
Yeah.
That's would be my, so gut level, because the look back period stuff has been brought up a bazillion times. So gut level, I'm like, no. But I would be interested in understanding more what that would look like. Because if we go too far in that direction, you better hope you're high on the source. Because by the time you get to the bottom, it won't be cut. Depending on what that looks like.
And Nate, I do appreciate the recognition in these first two bullets that the entire point of the analysis and the change application is making sure that you are not changing your existing use in a way that impacts the surrounding users. And well, we all understand the basis for going back to pre-73. The reality is that water use currently, and has been since 73, is what, 49 years ago now? That even if you preserve the water use at the 73 levels, that's not necessarily going to protect your surrounding users now from adverse effect. And so that recognition that you need to be more practical in the historical analysis to be able to determine whether or not there is adverse effect on existing users is the wise move. And I'll be very interested to see the details of how you decide to approach that.
Yeah, I guess, from my perspective, I think that's something I'd like to hear more from you guys about as well, as far as that practical approach, like what all should we be looking at? I guess I would pose that as a challenge maybe to you guys to help us determine that practical approach of what's reasonable and what's not. So something to think about for you guys.
Well, I think we need to revisit the whole county management factor in the historic consumption piece for us. Okay, the thing that jumped out at me recently was county management factor for Missoula County is 69.5%. The county management factor for Flathead County is like 87.6%. Lake County, situated right in between those, not geographically that much different, it's 55%. And I don't think that that number really has to do with a great variety of agricultural practices in those counties, but I think it has to do with societal pressures that resulted in people either reporting or not reporting how much hay they grew that year. And that's a big part of that county management factor. So I just think that that really needs to be revisited. And then you tack on to that, after the whole discussion about historic consumption use in the administrative role, there's another line beneath that talks about irrecoverable losses. And I wish someone could explain to me what irrecoverable losses are that aren't accounted for in the county management factor and aren't accounted for in our field efficiency estimates. What else is there? Like, why are we tacking out another 5 or 10% after we've already mushed the numbers around with these other factors? And I guess some of that falls into the slide that we kind of briefed over earlier of roles, but when it comes to historical consumptive use, I think that's important. But there just needs to be.
I agree. 100%.
And if you are actually switching from flood to sprinkler, you're losing 20-25% of your acreage when you make that switch. And maybe that's great. I don't know.
Well, shoot, I mean, even more sort of fundamentally, one of the things that I've observed, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the rules because I haven't had an applicant who's actually done this, but you could everything in your system being the same, but going from irrigating 100 acres, on one side of the road to 100 acres on the other side of the road, and you couldn't do it. The rules would demand a reduction in acres. Even if everything was staying the same. And that's just like, I've asked a couple times and I've never heard an explanation for why that is the outcome. But it doesn't make sense. So I do agree, there's the county management factors are an attempt to try and get to some standardized data. I think there's some benefit to that. But there's some questions about it.
So in your example of 100 acres, are you specifically referring to the county factors?
Yeah, I mean, my memory is, and it's been a while since I looked at it, this was something that sort of incensed me 8 years ago when the rule came into effect. But my memory is that the rule has got a pre-73 county management factor for flood irrigation. It's not the same for post-73 or proposed permit county management factor for. So it just, by rule, get a certain percentage haircut, even if everything else like system. And maybe I've been misinterpreting those rules because I've never had a client that's actually proposed that scenario, but I don't know.
Something 1902-16 is a default standard. Barring good information on where it's on the use, the applicant may apply 1902-16. Give or take. But it's just a default standard. So where I have a client who's working on, historically it was an orchard, small irrigation right with an orchard. And I dug into the research on consumptive use for apple orchards. And it's much different than alfalfa. And so rather than giving the applicant the choice to apply different historic use analysis, the default would shift over to alfalfa. And in some cases that actually benefits the change. In fact, it doesn't, but I think there should be that ability to provide better or more evidence, more specific evidence. Rather than the default when it's happening.
Really, it's a tax on the Indiana family that farmed 1800s and killed it all the time. And brought it. Anything else, but they get taxed for the guy across the street that let it grow in the weeds.
Yeah, you're punished for good management practices.
So, well, and I've often wondered with the county management factors, how much of that does become, seniority water rate, and I'm just speculating here, but the other thing that I guess I would sort of comment when it comes to the county management factors and some of those is I'm actually, the extent that what we're trying to get at is my understanding was the policy for those rules was an attempt for the department to undertake a standardized historic consumptive use analysis that the applicant wouldn't have to pay for it. And there are some benefits to that. One of the things I wonder about is and I forget the rule number, but there's the last line of that historic use rule says that if an applicant wants to use a different methodology, they can come forward and present to the department and they can review that. At one point very early on, my understanding was the department's interpretation was actual measurement records were required to substantiate something other than what the rules are. And if that's the department's interpretation of that sort of catch-all of the different, and I don't know if that still is, but if that's the department's interpretation of that regulation, you're basically eviscerating that opportunity to go a different route because there's the number of water rights in this state that have actual actual diversion and use records substantiate a historic use analysis, it's shockingly small. So, what I would be interested in is maybe a review of not the standardization rules that I think are, the department's good attempt to get something that is standardized and easy to apply, and may work for a lot of folks in a lot of instances, but some development of what would be acceptable. And I could just be woefully out of date on how the department interprets that subsection, and you guys have done that, and there's a sort of a robust process. I don't know.
Give me 1 second.
Also, is there any way we can turn off the air? I don't know, it's freezing on my side. Is it hot or somewhere else? No, it's cold.
I feel
Yeah.
good.
It's been going back.
Maybe you just need to sit in this chair.
There's not a. Keep your weight. Not enough money in the world.
I'd like to take this opportunity to point out too that the IWR program does not work anymore. I can't get. I don't
Like the
have a-
program itself is not working.
Right, I don't have a single.
It's not supported anymore.
Right.
It was always like, oh. Is there an alternative?
I'm sure that there's some high school student that you could pay to rewrite that program so that it would work on a recent current version of Windows, but it won't operate on any of our.
Appreciate those.
I don't know how you guys continue to use it.
Well, we are dinosaurs. We have a dinosaur computer. No, I know we've had troubles as well. Okay, so then the next idea is going back to that two-step application process. So I guess I'm not sure if we want to jump back into this discussion or if we want to take the discussion that we had this morning. DNRC can take what we heard and try to flesh that out better, which to me makes the most sense given the time that we have here today.
Yeah, you're restating what we had discussed before. I think we had a pretty
Yeah.
good discussion over that and identify what should be modified and how we can utilize the existing process and then we need to come up with a new one.
Cool. So I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. My computer is not. There we go.
Okay, the next topic is early changes. And so this issue arises from when changes were submitted to DNRC prior to claims actually being filed. So that time period from like July 1, 1973 to like 1982-ish, we have this situation where people wanted to change their water right with the post-73 change, hadn't actually filed their claim yet. And so we've got this interesting scenario where there are water rights out there that the change was filed for like one water right or maybe two water rights. But then when the owner turned around and filed the claims, they actually filed, a handful of claims or whatever. So we've got this situation where the change only reflects one water, two water rights. And then, come to today, people are saying, well, actually it was 5 water rights. And so what can I do to fix that? And You know, as things stand right now, there's no mechanism to add water rights to a previously authorized change. And so, you know, the change that exists, like there was no evaluation of those additional water rights. And, you know, public notice would have reflected the one water right. So as of right now, the reality is new change needs to be filed if that's something that the working group wants to really dive into. I think that would be a pretty in-depth discussion. And so DNRC doesn't have, at this time, a real idea or recommendation for a potential path forward.
I mean, I think the department has some discretion on this. When you have those early change applications after claims got filed, it was a department employee who went through and decided which claim got matched up with which change application. That was totally something that the department did. The claimants and the applicants, as far as I know, were not part of that process. So it seems to me that when it comes to a discrepancy of what got matched up with that change application, that the department should have some discretion. Because when you talk about, well, that water right wasn't part of the public notice, was it or wasn't it? And what, because there weren't any claim numbers. So you can't say that that claim number wasn't part of the public notice because they just simply didn't exist. So I just feel like, and there's not a huge ton of these situations, and that it's something that maybe doesn't really lend itself to a real set process. And that the department needs to take this, apply some common sense when these situations come up of what the public really did get noticed about, what they didn't get noticed about, and what effect and what matters to people in this day when it comes to making another change that involves.
Yeah, this is Deb. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I agree with Julie that there should be, the department should think about how to work with these unique situations a little bit more, because there is no way to effectively catch up if there's all, let's say, 5 supplemental water rights with all this place of use and only one effectively got changed because the department assigned the pre-1982, post-73 pre-82 change to this one right. There's no effective way to get the other 4 water rights to look exactly the same, because if you put the other 4 water rights through a change today, there's different retirement ratios and different consumptive use rules. There's different historic use analysis. So there's no way to get the 5 water rights all to look the same. If you require the owner to put the other 4 water rights through a change, and then you can't just undo the change on the one water right without that already was assigned the change without going through another change. So you put the applicant or the water right owner in a catch-22 place where they can never get the group of supplemental water rights to look the same in terms of acres, retired, and all of those things. So I do think Julie's right, it doesn't happen a lot, but in the unique scenarios, I mean, maybe it's just public noticing the other 4 water rights with an explanation of what happened and see if anyone objects, if anyone else cares. But I would really encourage the department to come up with a solution, because in the few places where this has occurred, you know, you're basically telling the applicant there's a no-win situation. So.
Was there, I missed the last final decree transition working group listening in on a good chunk of it for another meeting. Was there any discussion at that meeting on the 10th about this issue at all? Because it does have some interplay with the problems they're tackling.
Though at the high level, it was really focused on the role of the judiciary. There was common discussion about what happens to applications that were filed to a final decree and what that combination of 314, 313, and 404, 405 look like, but not a tremendous amount of discussion.
Does anyone have an idea of the quantity or the number of water rights under this scenario?
I would be willing to bet there's less than 200 of them in the state. I mean, and Doug and I just happened to have stumbled on a couple of them and had real difficulties with the application process. It's just because it just doesn't fit any of the molds.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have 2 clients that have this problem, I guess. So that,
It's a small.
You okay, Brian?
I would love it.
Sorry, Jeff, they're cooking us out of the building.
oh, well, I'm comfortable over here.
Super sensitive.
So, yeah, so, hear what you guys are saying. I think we'll look at the magnitude of the issue and,
Yeah.
and see, yeah. I'd be curious to talk to.
Yeah, I think it's never gonna be, and get to the database pretty quickly of when this, any change authorizations that were issued prior to 1982.
Yeah.
And it's really only a problem when there's supplemental water rights on the police use. Or at least in my perspective.
But it does also make me think about the other end, which is maybe something for the other working group to talk about, is how do we reconcile water court modifications and change authorization. So if you've got claim filing, change authorization, water court modification, you cannot get an abstract that reflects what that water right is to me.
I think that's it.
That is it.
That is it.
You guys are almost. Congratulations.
A couple of things. I guess first, Anna has captured, again, really great notes, and we'll summarize what the action steps are for each of these, and we'll be asking who wants to be a part of helping flesh these out.
I'm going to go through this sequentially. So the permitting process, more robust pre-application meeting and outlining and defining what it entails. I'm proposing that we work with, and I'm going to only name people that have been speaking up, so feel free to add your name or pull it off. We'll work with Abby and Julie on further defining what that could look like, and we'll come back with a more defined recommendation. Abby, Julie.
And so you're talking about not just permit applications though, but just like
The pre-application,
The
yeah,
cost.
yep. The cultural part of number 1, we will outline how we're addressing consistency between our regional offices and central office with we've done a lot of work on training, leadership, coordination, etc. I think it's worthwhile bringing that back to the group to tell you what we're doing to see if that sits right with you. Kelly brought up, and everyone keeps bringing up, the deadlines are way too long. Given these modifications to the processes we're proposing, we'll come back with proposed changes on timelines that feel they're quote more reasonable for you guys' contemplation. But coupled with that would be additional FTE requests in order to make those a reality for your contemplation. Black hole and waiver of timelines, similarly, we'll come back with, there was general, I don't like the 90-day piece. So we'll come back with a reduction in those timelines, but applicable FTE required to accomplish that work. Groundwater analyses, generally there was a thumbs up and agreement on the concept of us conducting a net depletion report rather than the applicant, with the applicant's ability to choose, but there was a lot of discussion around what is net depletion and adverse effect. And so we're going to come back to this group distinguishing and clarifying how we determine net depletion and adverse effect, and have a more robust discussion with more information in your hands about how we do that, so you can to distinguish if there's still an issue there.
So Anna, on that, sorry, but to clarify, it would be an option where the department would do
Yes.
the science or the applicant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Applicant's choice.
Models, standards, statistical analysis, de minimis, etc. I'm proposing that we work with Pat and Julie to kind of really walk through the models we're using, the statistical validity of them, their application, and develop draft recommendations. Anyone else want to join that? Abby?
Yeah.
Models?
Sure.
Yeah, we do. Okay.
Well, and actually one thing, a person at WGM who has been in the background a lot is Bruce Anderson.
Yeah.
Bruce would be,
Yes.
has some excellent insight.
He's a statistician at heart. So I think
That sounds great.
I'll rely on him.
So the group number 5 was granting with modifications rather than denial and then measurement. We almost all the time grant with modifications. We rarely deny. I think this is a non-issue, but the measurement piece, I think that the working group should really spend time developing a separate recommendation and maybe having a sub-working group work on this because it's touching all the things that we do. And a lot of people talk about this, so I'm interested in who would like to do that. Specifically, when we collect them, what do we do with those data, how it deals with permitting, et cetera. And this could be something we hold off on until all these other recommendations come through to see how it fits in, but I think that does need to be worked on.
Well, I would almost recommend, because Pat's comment about the statutory requirement is spot on. Because I'd be interested in working on it, but no, I mean, not right now. But I think we need to look at all the different pieces, because I think it's gonna continue to come up. And it's gonna have to be a unique, we're gonna have to look at, anyway.
How about we put this on hold for now because it's kind of touches everything and then create the space on the agenda at another time to bring it back up. Okay. Verification, great comments. I think the next steps is for another stakeholder group to address this issue broadly in coordination with what happens with key challenge number 1. Are people okay with this group saying this is an issue, but it needs to be addressed in another forum, either with key challenge number 1 or another group of people? Okay, rules issue, key challenge number 2. So not for this group, but we will be pulling you guys in as we develop and work with key challenge number 2. Objections. We want to evaluate other agencies and other state models in terms of the objection process, location of the hearings unit, independence versus non-independence, et cetera. Kelly, Ryan, and somebody else want to help us work on this? Kelly and Ryan. Okay, adverse effect. Again, we're going to come back to the group on distinguishing between our net depletion analysis, adverse effect, and how we're defining it, and have that be another kickoff for a more detailed discussion, a little information at hand. Historic use analysis. So we had a couple recommendations, and I think we should bring in. We'll develop further recommendations in support of this discussion on simplifying and clarifying historic use analysis. And Brian and Pat and Julie were really active in this conversation. Julie, you can say no.
Yeah, I guess one of the things that comes to my mind is, do we have, I'm sure it was captured somewhere, the whole process when we set the county management factor in the rules. I remember that process way back when. But I don't remember all the details of how those numbers were arrived at. I'm sure that's documented somewhere, and I'm wondering if you guys can provide that for us.
Yeah, we will evaluate.
I think most of the NRC employees who were involved in that are gone now, so maybe a few.
Yeah.
There's good documentation.
Yeah.
That's all that process. That's easy.
I think it's still out there.
Why don't we have that subgroup look at that and evaluate that? So I mentioned up to 4, the whole section. So who wants to work on the historic use analysis simplification? Ryan? Yes. Julie?
This is Deb. I can help with that.
Thanks, Deb. Okay. Okay, and then the statements of claim, we're gonna evaluate the magnitude of the issue. And then I would propose that Deb and Julie propose a solution.
My proposal is going to be that we just don't try and fit square pegs into round holes.
More detail on what that would look like would be beneficial. And that is it, guys.
I want to say just really great job. Thank you for all of the discussion in the first meeting, the second meeting. That's what got us here today. Also, what got us here today is the extraordinary lift that DNRC did to prepare for today and take all of your comments and thoughts and feedback and consolidate it. So a huge thank you to the DNRC team to move this conversation forward. I think is an important acknowledgement. So thank you for that. What I want to do at this point, I know that it's a little bit off the time of the agenda, but given where we are in the conversation, before we move to the next topic, I wanted to see if there's any public comment based on the conversation that we've had today. So for those of you in the room, is there anything that you have questions about or want to add? And nothing's coming online.
Not yet. Let's give you
Okay.
just a moment, but
Okay.
just go ahead and raise your hand if you have a comment or a question.
Has anyone noticed in this conversation any gaps, anything that we didn't address that needs to be added to the list of issues? Are we on the right track? Feels like it based on the conversation. Okay. All right. So while we're waiting for if there's anyone online, Carrie, do you want to come on up and we'll get you situated? Thank you, Nate. Great job.
Thank you.
Comfortable is not.
I'm comfortable.
Do you want me to call this up? Why don't you come up? Right there. Kelly, that's you.
Okay.
And you're the slide advance. Unless you'd like to. I could. I'll be like. It's like really like.
Wow. Yeah. All right, I have one more question for you guys, given that there is a lot of work to do on this, and thank you to all of you who either agreed to be volunteered or volunteered yourself. I didn't want to use that word, but it's all voluntary. Given that we've had some really great public engagement, I'm wondering if you want me to extend the invitation for anyone to also volunteer to join these sub-working groups. Would you guys be okay with that, or would you rather just meet and have them provide feedback through public comment?
Well, I work, I can't say it, but I need it. I think get more brains, the better, if there's people that want it.
Any objections to that?
I guess my only concern is that I don't want to rehash conversations that we've already had. And if I welcome other people's feedback, because there's tons of other people in the state not sitting at this table, and we've got good experience and knowledge. I just don't want to
Absolutely. I guess let me be more clear, I'm not suggesting that we open it up broadly. I'm suggesting that folks like Rachel and Rhonda, who have been at every meeting, who are really engaged and participatory, is what I was wondering. But I know that I'm just throwing this out there, and so if you guys want to get back to me, that's okay too.
So personally,
Yeah.
I think we involve them now or they involve themselves later. I'm not saying that to be rude, but on public policy type discussions, it's just better to hash it all out right up front. That's just my thought process.
Okay, so to put you guys on the spot, are there any of these topics that we've covered that you want to be involved in a small working group? And
I'll just get the list out.
if you can, given that this is a quick question and I didn't give you any notice because I just thought about it, you can get back to me at the end of the day too. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So give some thought to it in terms of where you think that would be most productive and efficient use of your time, and let me know. All right, thanks.
What about anybody online?
No, because it's really important to be present in these conversations, so I'm hesitant to do that. Did someone ask?
No, but there are participants who have been regularly online listening into all the meetings, so I think that.
Okay, if there's someone online that feels strongly that they'd like to be involved, please send me an email and we can absolutely consider that. Yeah. And for those of you that aren't in a group, your time will come. So we'll be relying on you guys a little bit more heavily as we continue to move forward. So no one gets away. Great. So thanks. All right, Carrie.
All right.
Switching topics.
Yeah, so now we're moving on to framing question number 2. And it's really funny because most of what's in this presentation has been talked about already, right? Permits and changes. Framing question number 1 is like one of the big overarching topics in this discussion overall. And mitigation for marketing, if you're thinking like me and maybe a Venn diagram, a lot of its circle will fall inside permits and changes, but there's probably a sliver at least that can fall outside of the permit and change process. So based on feedback that we got on the importance of this topic and making it its own question series, and the fact that there's probably some tools or options that can happen outside the permit and change process. That's why it gets its own framing question. Yeah, that's right.
It's over here.
Yeah, I was.
Don't touch that.
There we go. I know this. Okay, so framing questions, just reiterated them in a slide. Obviously, you all have this in front of you. You've seen it multiple times. I'm not going to read it. Just the biggest thing is we're going to just move on to really focusing in on mitigation and marketing for mitigation. As we talked about earlier, closed basins are where our challenges lie. Water isn't readily available. It's making the water that is out there flexible enough to serve the new uses. So next.
We don't have a printout of the power. Is that true? Yeah, we don't have that.
Can you email this to us all later?
We'll put it
Yes.
online. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can email it.
And it's short and sweet. It's only 9 slides. So just kind of setting the stage for getting into this next question. So evolution of mitigation, just some background information. I have misspoken in the past and said utility solutions was the first. Well, I went and reread that hearings order, and the hearings officer, officer he was big to say, well, no, we've done this one other time before. It was an MDT wetlands project. And so there was a 2000 era one that didn't even have the purpose. It was other with augmentation. So it was first done in 2000 with the wetlands mitigation project. And I think that's important to keep in mind because while wetlands mitigation isn't a primary driver of all this, it's still an important consideration in mitigation in general, and often gets confused. So I'm just calling it out too from that perspective. So it is separate, its own different type of mitigation, but it is out there. So then we get to utility solutions, which was happening about the same time as the Trout Unlimited Smith River decision. And this is all, 2005-ish. So utility solutions is solving all of their problems through the court process. And so that ended up setting the stage for what was kind of our interim solution, which was in-stream summertime seasonal augmentation. So we did kind of a qualitative analysis allowing for, as long as they mitigated their full volume, they did it when river flows were the lowest. We called that good in that case. Just looking kind of on that annual volume basis. And then the TU Smith River decision played into that too. And then like Krista talked about, all the House Bill 831 discussions then arose. So House Bill 831, effective in 2007, set out closed basin groundwater requirements. Got the statute reference there. So basically, if any net depletion was going to occur, the associated change had to be filed at the same time. So it made sure that the applications came in together, or a combined application process was set up. And then it did speak to the rate, location, and timing of net depletion has to be mitigated. So this is what led to our drop for drop requirement versus that what we had allowed previously for that in-stream seasonal. And as has been really discussed earlier, net depletion does not equal adverse effect. Statute specifies the NRC must make that determination. I just wanted to add a little more context to why closed basins, generally net depletion does equal adverse effect, because we talked about trigger flows or maybe high spring flow water. But when you're looking at groundwater's effect to surface water, if you think about making call on a well, it's not an instantaneous effect to the river like a surface water diversion is, right? It isn't going to enact the effects that surface water user needs to have that instant satisfaction of call. And so that's why we haven't gone down a trigger flow road with groundwater or high spring flows, unless you can use their high spring flows in a way to mitigate. So just wanted to add that context. All right, and then mitigation for marketing came in 2011, a little bit later, driven by Grass Valley out of Missoula. They wanted to switch some of their water to mitigation water. But the problem that had been in the practical issue that was solving in the past is in the combined application, you had to know exactly where that mitigation water, what it was being used for, and you had to be able to put that to use right away. And so they wanted to be able to predetermine some mitigation water that then people could come in and use. And we didn't really have a process for that. So this mitigation for marketing came in. It allowed for this kind of pre-approval of mitigation water. So it could be changed to mitigation over time while still retaining that original use of the water as needed and kind of changed incrementally. And then it clarified some other mitigation aspects, that it could be open basin and that they're exempt from adequacy of diversion and possessory interest. So
Carrie, one other thing on the marketing for mitigation statutes. One of the other reasons we worked on that was because there was a frustration from new users or new applicants that they couldn't identify what water was available for mitigation. And when they did, they didn't know what they were getting because it hadn't gone through the change process yet. So the other part of this was to, if people were interested and willing to go through that process, so that way when a new user purchased mitigation water, they actually knew exactly what they were buying. So that was the other side of that conversation.
yeah, that pre-approval. So it was our way in Montana to crack open the door for water banking to allow for people to get that water in ahead of time. Exactly. Thank you, Krista. Yeah. So just a few words on open basin mitigation and what we've seen. So House Bill 831 isn't directly applicable, so they can come in separately. We've had this happen twice in the Upper Yellowstone because water is not available every month on the Upper Yellowstone anymore, but it's not closed, for example. And so in that case, because it's not tied to House Bill 831, and they don't need their hydrogeologic report ahead of time, it does work out. They come in, they get the information from us on where we deem the rate, timing, and location of that water that's needed for mitigation, and then they go and they come back with their mitigation change. So
Sorry to interrupt you, but on the timing on that, do you like grant the one, how does that work?
So we do it similarly to how we did it before House Bill 831 in closed basins, where we condition the permit on that mitigation coming into place before the permit can be used.
Okay.
So yeah, drop for drop mitigation is still applicable. And so we get this weird generally over mitigation, because to get water into February and March and April, when the water's not available, you pretty much have to retire enough to mitigate the whole year anyway. So it's an interesting situation. And I know Pat could speak more to it if you want. Yeah, he's like, no, that's all right. We have Sage Lodge going through this right now too, in the Paradise Valley, and Deb's got one as well. So, but yeah, that's open basin examples. So this is kind of trying to get at the lessons learned question that Krista wanted to hear about. So right now, with where we're at with today's evolution, the situations that fit best is really when you have your irrigated field converting to your new use where the well is, and they can run the ditch water right still to that subdivision. So water delivery stays the same, location's the same. So that water essentially is all in the same place. So you don't have to worry about different sources. And people like Paller did one in the Bozeman area that fits this, PNS Farms. They retired the water off the field. They run their non-consumed and consumed water into an aquifer recharge basin to mitigate return flows and the use out of the well. And so that's where we see this does work. And then to go lessons learned to where there's a little more uncertainty or where more challenge is when you have multiple source effects. I think we were kind of getting at that point question earlier where you've got, like, again, super familiar with the Gallatin, so I bring that up as my examples, but this is other places too. You've got your source you divert from, you run it across 3 other sources, and then you're using it. And then where you're pumping can be different. So then you have different sources that you have to look at. So that can get really tricky. Same with return flow changes. And then I know Jim's got one of these, and I've seen it where you've got like a deep aquifer well, but you are mitigating in a shallow aquifer situation. So you can't get that timing to match up, right? So we know there are still some challenges in getting, yeah, thanks. So lessons learned. Okay, so what are some tools? Aquifer storage and recovery is one other tool that's out there. It hasn't been used yet. It is specific in statute to closed basins. So this is when you can put water in and take the same water out of the aquifer. If you want to hear more technical thoughts on this, Attila could jump in, but it's a challenge because as you all know, groundwater is more like your river than your ponds. It's moving. And so finding the right type of groundwater layout where the water can actually be stored and taken back out is a little challenging. It's being done successfully in other states, and it could definitely be used here. And so something we ought to think about are the ways that this could be done. Or
does statute require the exact same drops of water?
no, but we've got aquifer recharge, which is where you model that water moving and mitigating, where this you have to show that you can store it and take it back out. So while I don't think it's the exact same drops, you still have to be able to show it's confined or it's
Because that
perched.
the model in the Gallatin, that was more about mounding groundwater.
Yeah.
and pulling it out. So it wasn't necessarily stored. It's just that you would mount it so high that as it moved out, it was still available, but it wasn't the exact same, like, it wasn't the exact same red water you put in that you pulled out.
But this case is that where, I mean, pretend it's just a giant underground cavern that you're filling and you're taking that same water out. That's what this is.
Right, in Madison limestone, which has underground caverns, is a great place to
But
do
but
that.
I guess the question I'm asking is ASR wouldn't have to be like a underground cavern that you fill up and pull it out. Because like in Washington
be
and
mounted.
stuff, they just mount.
No, but there's water quality concerns there as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's water quality concerns. You can't put contaminated water in and off for mitigate depletion from that or withdrawal from that groundwater source.
Right, and that's, I believe at 831, I think they have to
It's
meet the
tied.
requirements of an injection well
Yeah.
under EPA.
Yeah, we're
Which
tied
is-
to DEQ permitting. all of this.
Quite expensive. Take surface water and treat it before you put it in the ground, take it back out.
And you also have the issue if you're running the water to, if you're still running the water to the location where you put your well, that you can potentially have the well be under the influence of surface water. So.
Without treatment. No.
Yeah, okay, so final slide, just, some of the other challenges, lessons learned. And they've all been talked about already, so this isn't anything new, the drop for drop requirement. Should this be the same in open versus closed basins? Do we need to add flexibility on location, timing? Like a water budget idea or a larger area of effect, perhaps? We talked about de minimis versus statistical error, is there something we need more there, which we've talked about? The tool, the adverse effect waiver, that hasn't really come up yet, and this has been used to get a few projects over the finish line. From my perspective, it's been useful, but how about all of your perspectives? Because this one is set to terminate if it's not re-upped, so. Yeah.
Where it's been used. It's been appropriate and helpful. We have to pass it over. It's just that. Yeah.
Say that
That's
again.
all. You just have to pass it over. It's resource, but,
Yes.
just pass it over. It's fine.
Which can be a part of your guys' recommendations. Yeah.
Yeah.
But and like the conversations that we had of whether that waiver of adverse effect gets you over the legal availability. Because the statute only talks about adverse effect, right? And that's the question of if to you, FWP sign off on adverse effect, can we meet legal availability? And that has, I think, prevented this tool from being more useful. And in more situations. And
Even
in
that
situations
here
where
was
it's
way too many, just saying.
All right, so yeah, keep that in mind. Other challenges, finding the mitigation water rates or costs. I know, like again, back to my home of the Gallatin Valley, there's a lot of share water. So that they're reluctant to go through changes to change from irrigation to mitigation. State projects water comes up in this too. We'd have an example of where share water deeded off a piece, and that kind of solved that issue. So that is one potential option out there. And then we brought up the modeling and brought up the idea of a modeling subgroup, which I think we've kind of done already. So that's great. Any other thoughts? Did I miss anything big? Anybody?
If there was a way to encourage some of the ditch companies and irrigation districts that have a large portion of their places of use already developed, residential, commercial development, to encourage them to change, do what Grass Valley did. That would be great, but right now they're mostly all petrified of entering the process because they are convinced and maybe right know that their water rights are all gonna get archived, and they won't see that. So I don't know how we get over that.
Can an irrigator take their right and go through, put a mitigation use on that, right? Go through the whole analysis, and then continue to use it for irrigation, that's the way that works.
That's marketing for mitigation.
So
Yep.
they can still irrigate with it. That's mitigation from that.
And that's why we're doing that, is so that they could just keep doing what they do.
Well, the big challenge there is the period of non-use. Well, it's been taken for a long time. Get back to the Gallatin context, and there's sizable chunks of historical service area that are no longer in agricultural production, so. You know, does that automatically get wiped off the books, or do we figure out a policy to reuse it? Right? For new uses. I'd advocate for the latter.
Because it's taking up a lot of space on the books.
An enormous amount of space with the legal availability analysis. Yes.
Well, and part of that, and that analysis isn't one-to-one, because a lot of, or at least some of those developments are continuing to use share water to irrigate lawns, parks, etc. So it's not a one-for-one. The other thing is that, at least in the Gallatin, until 41H is done and we have a better understanding of which are service areas and which aren't, I think it's, that has to be part of that conversation.
But if we're talking policies of the state to make the best use of a limited resource, that needs to be on the table.
Are we talking about the best use of a limited resource?
Isn't
And
that-
I'm not saying that to be belligerent, but I think it's important to talk about.
Isn't that what the preamble of the Water Use Act calls for?
I'm just referring to the fire appropriation doctrine and how we manage conflicting property right interests. And I think that that's part of our challenge here today, is how we develop policies that do create a balance between those existing water rights and the opportunity for new uses and the opportunity for existing property owners to develop their land, etc. So it makes me nervous when we start talking about the best use, because that starts to move us a little bit towards the privatization of the type of use, which we've never done in Montana. So.
But Brian, to your point, yeah, 85-101-1 does say that general welfare of people requires the water use of the state to to optimum beneficial use. And I do recognize from this point that we have not historically prioritized basic, but they do want to acknowledge that you are calling the language of the statute correctly.
Sure.
I mean, conditions are changing.
And look,
Everything kind of has to change around.
yeah, and from a practical perspective, if there's a call on a municipal right, I mean, come on, if there's a shortage in use, the water goes to those most essential. There's no getting around it.
You should read the whole curriculum. Because I think a lot of people have read that part and stopped.
Yep.
But if you read the other part, it says the life support system, and I can't do it by quote that. I mean, it does acknowledge that environmental ecological uses are part of that optimal use. And that there is no sacrifice of one for another. It's a balance.
Yeah,
So-
it's a must. The water resources must be protected and conserved to ensure adequate supplies for recreation and conservation of wildlife and fauna. So even though, yeah, you're correct. The rest, you're right, the rest of it, you have on the line.
Gotta read it all.
Gotta read it all.
I
The creative editing is helpful, but
Well, but that's the heart of the matter. That's the heart of the matter. Right? That's what makes this so challenging. It's finding the balance of what.
This mitigation conversation is essentially.
This conversation is exactly what prior appropriator senior water rights feel. That's the reason why we're not willing, a lot of times, they're not willing to come to the table on this kind of stuff. Because it's their livelihood too, and the mere suggestion that because some city continues to grow, that they have the potential of affecting, somebody's livelihood or an industry.
Sure. And, municipal water rights are also senior water rights and they stand to be
Yeah.
protected as well.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Yeah, it's-
Well, everybody's senior to somebody except for one.
We
right?
used to see it.
And I agree with Pat that I think the mitigation and ways, to Julie's point about best case scenario. We've tried different ways to try to get closer to a functioning water bank type situation. Whether that be statutorily, whether that be Grass Valley, there's been a lot of different attempts. I know that at least in Gallatin, a lot of those entities are trying to figure out how they can make water available for mitigation. But I think this is our opportunity to have a meaningful conversation on why mitigation isn't working in Montana. What can we do to help facilitate that in a way that protects existing uses from adverse effect, yet still allows for development of new uses. And so I think, and I kind of pushed that button on purpose, Brian, sorry, but I think now is the time, we either do it now or this conversation gets much bigger and much more heated in a much more public forum. And so that's my take on it. The other question I had about what worked well, what didn't, and I should have called and I didn't, but didn't, and I think it was Peter Scott, who was the attorney on Centennial Livestock, didn't they just do a marketing for mitigation change? It'd be interesting to hear from him what part of that worked well and what part didn't. I don't know if there were others that have done those recently, but as far as the process side of it, that to me would be informative.
I think John Keats was part of that too, wasn't he?
I know Peter was. I'm not sure about John.
Anyway, so that's,
Yeah, Peter would have some critical things to say about how that decision on Centennial came down.
well, even aside from the decision, like a process piece, is there something process-wise that DNRC can address that makes that, I don't know, function more smoothly, or I don't know, just.
Well, there was one aspect that they got a deal and always involved litigation on that. In essence, what it sort of boiled down to is there was a dispute in the Centennial case about to what extent in that case it could be determined how far the water was going to serve downtown. And, the folks should go read that decision on their own, but in essence, part of that determination is that it was authorized to go to the mouth of 10 Mile Creek, but what's going to be keyed up is if the purchaser buys a chunk of that water and tries to use it for mitigation, there's substantial periods of time when 10 Mile Creek is dry. And so there's a bit of a buyer beware there. And so there is, and I bring this up because, Ollie, my farmer partner, had a vested interest in that. So I'm not trying to pick a side on that. But there is an aspect of that where there is probably some questions of statute. You need to delineate where you can get that water in a service area at the front end to meet the permit requirements to get the change. But if there's some questions there, the purchaser then changes that to an actual litigation purpose, may still have to litigate whether water actually gets to their point. And so that's, if you're looking for a system where you put that together and you provide that water out there, and it says on the thing, it goes through the permit process and it says you can get mitigation water to the 10 Mile Creek. Somebody buys it and they walk in and they find out that no, in fact, it does not mitigate for substantial periods of time at the mouth of 10 Mile Creek. Your process is broken down somewhere.
Did the 10 Mile Creek really delineate a two-step process really clearly that you take the water, the proposed water for the change to mitigation into the change process. And in doing so, you've proven up location, quantity, and to some extent. So shouldn't you know that by the time the purchaser comes out to acquire the mitigation? Shouldn't that be fairly well ironed out? I know it wasn't. But isn't that
That
really
was
the
our
way
intent.
the court came out with it?
If I can add, when I was on the internal team working on that mitigation for marketing, and we actually, our intent was to leave that open. So they could come in, prove up that historical use, define either a really close for sure service area or maybe a larger vague service area. And it's up to the permittee and their mitigation plan to then show that that plan doesn't cause adverse effect. And so I know our intent was to leave it a little more vague, and it's up to the level of detail the person wanted to pay for in that initial change. But I can't speak directly to Centennial. We're kind of still waiting to hear on that. But I know another nuance with Centennial is that's one, and I didn't bring it up here. I almost did. In the interim, before we had this formal mitigation, a lot of people use the temporary lease process to like pre-approve an amount of water and then bank it in stream. And so Centennial was one that had done that. So they had already come through the change process and had their amounts proved up. And then this was just, once they had a mechanism to get to marketing, then they came back through.
I mean, I think any way you cut it, the marketing for mitigation bill is half of the bridge. So it's gotta connect to something on the other side. The policy questions of whether what's designed and how it's been implemented right now, that's something that if folks want to go a different direction, they can. My personal feeling is you should have to face the scrutiny of where you can get your mitigation water when you file the marketing for mitigation at the front end, because otherwise you have a scenario where someone is purchasing this, they're walking in the door with their mitigation water in hand, and then they're finding out that it's not what it says on the paperwork. And that's, to me, problematic. Now, I'm not attacking Centennial or anyone involved on any of that, like, we're all muddling through this. But from a policy standpoint, like, we're setting ourselves up, if that continues to be the model, from my opinion, we're setting ourselves up for huge litigation.
Well, if we're trying to facilitate the use of an existing right for mitigation, it just seems to me like it would be much more useful to an applicant if they didn't have to go spend even more money to show that it can get to the mouth of XYZ creek, or it can get to where they're developed, or where their adverse effect occurs. So I don't know, from a policy perspective, it just seems to make sense that when you go through that marketing for mitigation, and honestly, so you're an irrigator and you have 100 acres that you do marketing for mitigation with, you're the one who's going to make the money off of it in the back end. Why shouldn't you have to prove where that water is going to be available or useful for mitigation? I don't know. That's just
I mean,
my thought.
I hear you, Kristen, and I'm not trying to argue, but devil's advocate.
I think we're saying the same thing. Just so you
I don't
know.
know, but I'm not, because I don't really, I mean, the other way that you do it is you just walk in under the marketing for mitigation and you essentially quantify.
So I'm agreeing with you that you need to say where it'll be useful.
So I'm wondering if we take a step back to Krista, one of your questions that you just asked in terms of what's not working. So what is working and what's not working will help us then, and DNRC has framed some questions so that we've got some structure to this conversation. But I think before we get to these questions in terms of looking at what are some ideas in around incentives or pilot projects or solutions, that we talk about what is working and what's not working.
But what's part of what's not working, it's just an engineering problem. Like, especially if you're a relatively small user who's trying to mitigate. You know, engineering and infiltration gallery is a pretty big expense for a small amount of water. If there could be some way, like at the county level or something that some combined efforts could be put together for the engineering side of, like, I've got a water right, so I've got the legal aspect of it, policy in place. You know, this is the other half of the bridge is, like, you know, I've got my guy who's needs 100 gallons a minute and a small amount of mitigation. He could put in infiltration gallery, but I can tell you, 10 years from now, somebody else buys that property and gets rid of that piece of infrastructure because they don't know what it's for. The mitigation is not actually going to go into perpetuity. Whereas that use is going to basically be in perpetuity. It's not going to stop. So
So you think some type of institutional, not necessarily state, but some more institutionalized entity. Is that what you're thinking?
that could cover at least
Like
some.
infiltration galleries.
Yeah, or some, you know, if there was an effort at the county level or something to create injection wells in areas where it would work, that people could put their water rights into. So I mean, you've got the legal aspect of buying water rights to put in the bank, but then you have to physically create the bank.
I agree about the infrastructure and management, and frankly, to get back to my sort of bridge analogy, it's not just a bridge or two parts of the bridge, there's three parts of the bridge. You know, you've got the mitigation supply on one side, you've got the depletion on the other, and then you've got a management infrastructure to connect the two. And so, you know, and I don't know whether we're thinking about it or not, but typically when you look at applications that are coming in even now, you know, we're typically looking for all three legs of that stool when they come in. We're usually looking at a change application for, you know, mitigation water, and we're looking at a new permit or change or something for what the depletion is, and then we're kind of reading between the lines on the two of them to how they go together. You know, other states have, you know, a more active process where, you know, water conservancy districts or some sort of pseudo-governmental or partial government entity is creating these umbrella mitigation plans. You know, they are figuring out that service area. They are finding the mitigation water, and they got an area, they got an amount of water that they can serve, and folks can approach and become members of the conservancy district or what have you, and you know, in essence, get access to that mitigation supply. And you know, currently Montana has done absolutely nothing on the infrastructure and management side.
We're trying to address our real sense of urgency of the Gallatin Valley's been teaming up with the Four Corners Foundation. We've actually created an entity, we created a nonprofit organization to create the bank. But these sorts of details are still ill-defined, I guess. But that is kind of a principle where if we look at the basin, how can we zone the basin in a way that would allow people, you know, to bring in their water right and say, I'd like to market this for mitigation for this purpose, for this area, or I have a need for mitigation in this area. What do you have to offer? And the analogy I've been using is building a field of dreams, and if you build it, they will come, kind of thing. Where there's so much uncertainty that what's not working is obviously the market hasn't found a way to make it profitable. So by assembling some grant dollars to try and create the entity, we hope to kind of learn from you and in this discussion on everybody about how we might approach that to make it work so that it works for agriculture, it works for municipalities, and it works for ecological flows, environmental flows as well. So it's ill formed. It's just in its natal stage right now, but that's really where we're trying to head. So I just want to divulge that up front and beg you to bring your thoughts like this to bear.
I think there's some fundamental questions, right? One is it government driven or is it privately driven? That's just something that.
Privately driven,
Well,
Well, except for, this is not, right, so that's just fundamental, basic, most have to kind of talk about. Is it, and Pat and I've talked a little bit about what he's working on. So government or private, I would argue, the approach they're looking at in the Gallatin is more private, since it's a nonprofit, it's not essentially a government entity. And then secondly is, are there hurdles to establishing that, both the actual physical structure of the entity and how it will operate, as well as the mitigation side of it? Are there hurdles that exist today that need to be addressed in order to allow that mechanism to move forward? Because honestly, if the Gallatin model is successful, I think we would see other areas in the state replicate that model. So if part of what I think we need to talk about is whether or not there's regulatory hurdles that prohibit or slow down the ability for that mechanism to move forward. And if so, this is our opportunity to address those. Or do we need to do something to facilitate it? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we could do this, or anybody could build a bank without the participation of the regulatory world trying. So we're not trying to fit the round peg into the square hole. So it's got to be a partnership. But we just got to do it. We can't wait.
Well, you guys are hitting the frightening questions. Do you have them in front of you? No. Okay, I will read them to you. So one is, what are the existing tools in statute, rule, or policy for mitigation banking, and marketing for mitigation? How do we create incentives and make existing tools more workable? How do we provide flexibility in the timing and location of impact to allow for greater mitigation opportunities? Is additional flexibility in storage rules or policy needed to allow for development and mitigation? We've talked a little bit about what the lessons learned are from existing projects that Carrie went over. To get to your question, Krista, it's number C, what additional statutes, regulations, and or policies are needed to allow for innovations? What other solutions beyond mitigation marketing and marketing for mitigation would help meet future water needs? Pat, you're kind of addressing number D in terms of, should the state consider a pilot approach to exploring potential mitigation options? And how might we involve this group in a project that's already at its really beginning stages, and how can we utilize that? And then, should the change process for potential mitigation water have a more streamlined change process? If and how does monitoring and reporting need to be included? So you guys are hitting all of this in this conversation. It's really more about how do we want to structure that? And we've got about half an hour to try and figure out how we want to structure that, to then determine what work needs to happen between now and the next meeting.
It's difficult because there's not necessarily like a statewide policy. Right, for example, the Grass Valley French Ditch works because what that's largely mitigating for is a vista, and they have storage. So the timing aspect is just totally not on the table. You can put in a public water supply for year-round use and buy Grass Valley water to mitigate, and you're fine. So that's kind of a unique situation that doesn't exist in Gallatin Valley.
But can we build it?
Yeah.
Can we build some type of storage?
That's a good question.
Well, I'm just
I know
throwing
a lot of
options
people
out
who
there.
have advocated for
I mean, and there's other, potential. I mean, that's why, sort of like, from my perspective, there's a lot of stuff that's sort of wrapped up in this. And not that I'm trying to dodge the mitigation issue, but some of this is gonna come back to how well we resolve adverse effect situation from the earlier discussion. But, I mean, there are existing infrastructure and existing opportunities out there that can be used, and we haven't figured out how to use them. So, for Association, which shall go nameless, because I'm not trying to throw them under the bus. They are not seeing the same kind of development, but they need to do, it's a state project. There needs to be rehabilitation. Because of rehabilitation and existing Forest Service special use permits, the first order of business that the Water Users Association discussed was amending their contract with the state to exclude everything but agricultural uses, so that the state could obtain an easement from the Forest Service. So we now have a reservoir with, state project with water in it that's under a current contract with an Ag Water Users Association, and why would they vote to see municipal use? But that's a costly, inexpensive, state-funded piece of infrastructure that could easily provide mitigation water just off the table.
I think there's something.
Right. I mean, and they're, and I'm not trying to attack ag from where they're coming from. It makes perfect sense.
But so one of the things is like bylaws, so not to get into the weeds on this. But like with our irrigation or like our canal companies, and you guys know this, some are organized, some aren't, some are a disaster, some are good. Some are shares, some deliver to free water. I mean, it's just a mixed bag. But and the Gallatin guys are probably a little bit, okay, they are a lot behind the curve on it. But they're recognizing the need to change, to address their articles and to change their bylaws. And what they are recognizing is that there is a value in providing mitigation water to, and working with the city. Bozeman's always a player when they're in Gallatin, of course. And truth be told, they're a big shareholder in a number of irrigation entities. They see the value in doing that, in looking at their bylaws, in looking at how they set up that structure. So that they can mitigate a new use and still keep water in their systems. So that's the big challenge, is keeping enough water to get it to the end.
So to get back to your question on how we frame this going forward, because I mean, we could likely sit here all night and talk about this. I'm thinking it might be most helpful before the next meeting if what we have coming forward is an inventory to address that question 2A. What are the existing tools that we can all concretely look at? And then at the next meeting, discuss, are there additional tools that are actually in use? And then that need to be added to the list. And then we can start to go through these questions of, what have we learned from existing projects? What additional changes need to be made to allow for new innovations, et cetera, based on that inventory of existing tools.
And Abby, do you envision like a list of the actual mitigation and marketing for mitigation projects? Because that's what I would like to see. I mean,
Yeah,
talking about the Centennial one today. I mean, the one over for Missoula Water, the fact that the stream goes dry before it reaches the river is the mitigation. So it's kind of that Centennial situation turned on its head, and that's how we did it. Was we said, yeah, Miller Creek doesn't get to the Big River anymore, and all the water that goes into the ground is what we're taking out. That's around mitigation.
That is exactly what I envisioned, because each of us here know bits and pieces of different mitigation plans depending on what we worked on.
And they're really, it's really hard to look at stuff in the database.
Yeah. That inventory is like a good place for our starting conversation and a good way to address the rest of the questions that you've listed here in a more structured manner that we can have some concrete solutions.
Yeah, I think there's the existing tools and the existing mitigation plans, and we'll work with our regional offices to pull specific examples. What I'd like to do is, many of you guys have worked on those, and so I'd like them to tag team with you guys on presenting those as we work through those examples. Brian, to your point, there's existing tools that are not directly associated with mitigation, like increasing storage and uses among storage projects. And so I think we should also be thinking about other tools that are available beyond just kind of the examples of current mitigation plans. And so I guess I would recommend that we do another Google document where we start building this out collectively, and people providing feedback in there so that we're collectively working on this. We will absolutely take first on starting to pull those things out there, but I do want this group to be working on it as well. And then potentially, the third thought I had was Pat has an example of what he's trying to do. Maybe working through that example and the group identifying the barriers, given that in our team working in DNRC, identifying the barriers that might be present today to implement that in a meaningful way might help us evaluate what additional tools we need. If that's kind of, I think that's kind of a three-pronged approach to how we move forward. If you're okay with being a test example.
If Brian's okay, because I really.
Yeah, no, the Gallatin example, I think, is going to be as complex as you'll find, just given the aquifer characteristics there, the nature of how the valley has been plumbed historically to wheel water around from sources to places, and all the growth pressure that we're seeing. So I think it makes an excellent pilot focus, but to kind of reveal what all of the kind of vagaries are here, yeah, with really pulling us off. And and from my perspective, as a municipality that's growing, we need additional water. If there's going to be a bank, I want certainty. So if there's marketing for mitigation that sits out there, to be able to look out and go to the bank and say, hey, I need this much water in this particular location. Do you have any? Right. And for the answer from the entity that's running the bank to say yes or no, not yes, maybe, or we'll be able to get there if, right, we do these things. I just want a binary yes or no. Right.
Which totally makes sense.
Yeah.
I think, to me.
So a system that there is built-in certainty.
Absolutely.
based on those things.
Yeah, I mean, there's a thing, stepping back to the 50,000-foot view, why are we seeing the exception utilized so heavily in growing areas? Because it's certain, right? It doesn't give you a whole lot of water, but it gets you water, right? You don't have to go through a process, you develop the well, you put it to use, and you file a notice that says I did this, right? That's why it's used so heavily, right? New permits, mitigation changes, the whole bit, right? There is so much uncertainty in that process, and that is what is shying the quote unquote market away, right, from developing a solution.
What about areas that are non-ag?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah, give an example.
It didn't have a historic agricultural presence.
Did a lot right there, but
That's our location.
it'd be like, so there's places where you're asking permits for mitigations. They're on site, get that mitigation happen. in the next day. Depending on, of course, what.
So and maybe this is a stupid question, but the applicant, we'll use Big Sky as an example. They have to mitigate the adverse effect. So if the adverse effect occurs down valley, is that the way it's being applied, or are they having to mitigate like exactly where the well is at?
Exactly. Adverse effect. So somehow you got to pick a stream where it's from, Big Sky to the valley, because now the fishery rate is. priorities.
You know, I mean, what that sort of talks about for me is that a critical component of this is, I don't want to be Mr. Infrastructure, but there's a component of this where, you know, mitigation plans may not be the toolbox. You know, I mean, there may be locations where if we're seeing considerable growth and development, we need to put in.
Tom Katie Ferry, according to the award.
I mean, and
What's the-
right. Well, and if you look at our funded infrastructure for this, I mean, the big one is like the RGL loans and stuff, and we're talking 20-year term loans. I mean, so like, you know, getting back to my unnamed water users association, they've got to do, you know, bond improvements in the states, like, okay, well, we got to come to an agreement about how much cost you can bear. And we can guarantee this loan will cover you. And it's the RGO loan with a 20-year term. And so, you know, the water users are looking at this going, I cannot afford this. And they're looking at a piece of infrastructure that's going to be around for, you know, an anticipated lifespan of 75 to 80 years, but they're funding it on a 20-year loan period. They can't amortize it over the life of the infrastructure. So, you know, we can talk about the water issues all day long, but what's got to go into this is the third part of the bridge, which is how do we connect the infrastructure? You know, great, we can get mitigation plans to work. That's a water rate problem. Great, we can get, you know, the change and permit process together that's going to authorize the completion. If we don't also figure out how the state helps get the infrastructure together, we're just standing around with a bridge that doesn't connect.
If
So.
Walt Sales were here, he'd be like, storage.
Yeah.
Storage.
No, I missed him today.
Rachel at the governor's office is having a complete panic attack, because I'm like, we need to develop a water policy with funding behind it from the
Yeah.
state.
Well, and on the regionalization, the pipeline concept, I mean, that's on the table,
Absolutely.
right? It's on the table for the Gallatin Valley. It's being studied. Right? Canyon Ferry pipeline back up to the valley.
Yeah, I wasn't being smart about.
No, I
that.
know, but I mean, that's the position we're in, right? It's persistent growth that has no signs of stopping anytime soon. We have a duty to plan for what we think the anticipated future is. And that's the only large volume of water that's out there that is not allocated right now.
Look at Colorado. Front Range.
So it's almost 2:30, yeah. I would just kind of want to summarize kind of what we've got ahead. We've determined all of these sub-working groups. I think there's 10 or 11 of them, maybe 10 of them, that will be working on this permit and change process that is going to impact this conversation around mitigation. It will not as much impact collecting the information in terms of what the existing tools are, looking at the existing mitigation plans, and then also having Pat and maybe Brian talk about this pilot project so that we have a better understanding of what you guys are doing and what those barriers are. That's a lot of work between now in a month, right? Between now and the next meeting. What I realized I didn't say, although I'm sure you all looked at the agenda, we did move mitigation to today, clearly, and put water planning and growth to the third framing question. It just made sense in terms of where the conversation was going last time and clearly where we are today. In thinking about all of the work that we have between now and the next meeting and thinking about the agenda for the next meeting and how we spend the time, it really does seem like continuing to talk about the permit and change process, bringing all these working group information together and sharing that and spending some time talking about that, seeing where there's agreement and where further discussion is needed and prioritizing that discussion. And then the other part of the meeting, looking at all of these things that we've identified around mitigation and then creating next steps for what are the ideas to address these. So Kelly, isn't here and won't be happy that we're pushing off water planning and growth until the following meeting, but I think it just really makes sense for where we are and making sure that we take the time to address these topics in a thoughtful way.
The next meeting's June 21st.
Okay, great. 'Cause I don't know. Thanks. Everyone does have that, but thank you for that.
Well, we did change it, so I just want to make sure that everybody knew that.
June 20.
It's
Oh.
June 21st.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Pay attention to the email that I send out in terms
I
of
think it's
location.
at DNRC headquarters.
It is.
No, there's one on the
No,
14th.
that's the
It's the
final decree.
transition, right?
It was supposed to be the 23rd. wasn't it?
Right. It was the 23rd and we've moved it back to staying in the Tuesday rotation.
Yeah, there was
It's the
another
21st.
conflict meeting, another state agency.
Right.
meeting, I think. So let me just ask you, Anna, and the DNRC team, is this realistic for you guys to be working on the permit and change process and collecting all of these tools within a month? Just is that workload
So
realistic?
I think what we're gonna do is look through what we can make progress on versus not. All of them, we're not gonna have clear recommendations, and there's a lot of work you all are doing in between. I think we'll prioritize which ones we're gonna focus on and reach out to you guys on those that logically lead to the mitigation. And I think some will have to continue to work on meeting after meeting for the
Yeah.
permit and changes. So we're gonna have to regroup on our staffing time and allocation, because some of us will be focusing on mitigation, some of us will be focusing on permanent changes, and come back to you guys with an agenda on, we're gonna work on these 5 in terms of permanent changes, and this is how we're gonna address mitigation. And likely over the course of the next 2 meetings, be addressing them simultaneously as we continue to work together.
So do you think by like within a week, we'll have a sense of what that's gonna look like?
Yes.
Okay, great. And then we'll reach out and try and schedule these meetings.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
Great job, everyone. Any additional thoughts, questions? Things that we missed that are relevant to this? All right. Well, no need to keep you here longer, just to look at each other. I think you guys did a great job. And meeting adjourned, and we'll see you in a month. And I just want to say thank you again to the DNRC team. So,
That's you.
thank you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.